And welcome to tonight's City Council meeting. Council members are attending this meeting remotely by video conference. Tonight's meeting is available to the public on Channel 8 and through live streaming on Broomfield's website. Public participation is encouraged by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Please note, if you would like to speak on more than one item on tonight's agenda, you will need to press *3 each time to be placed back in the queue for comment. Public comments will be limited to 90 minutes per item. The first 1 to 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. 16 to 25 participants in the queue will have 2 minutes to speak. And if time remains, the next participants will each get 1.5 minutes until we reach 90 minutes. Again, the number is 855-695-3744, and don't forget to press *3 to be placed in the queue. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name, neighborhood, and the agenda item the caller would like to comment on. And don't forget to call several minutes before the agenda item and press *3 again to ensure you are in the queue for comment. Public comments will also be taken during the public comment section for topics that are not on tonight's agenda, using the previously outlined process. Again, the number is 855-695-3744. And don't forget to press *3 if you want to be placed in the queue. The City Council meeting is called to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson?
Here.
Castriata?
Here.
Groom?
Here.
Hinkle?
Here.
Jezierski?
Here.
Law Evans?
Here.
Lim?
Here.
Lindstedt?
Here.
Schaff?
Here.
Tessier?
Tessier is absent, so a quorum is present. Will everyone please rise and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In an effort to keep order for tonight's meeting, I ask council to please utilize the video conferencing tools to raise their hand for comment or when making a motion or a second. I will call on the first hand raised to state the motion and the second hand raised to make the second as appropriate. I ask council members to limit their comments to 5 minutes. Abby will be assisting with the timekeeping and will provide council members or tonight board members with a notification via video conferencing chat when 1 minute remains. Please ensure you are on mute when not speaking. If a council member needs to leave the meeting, please inform me before doing so. We plan on a 10-minute break at approximately 8 p.m. We will begin with council's review and approval of this evening's agenda. Council may add or remove items from the consent agenda, or council may revise the order of business for the meeting. Does any member of the council have any comments or questions regarding this evening's agenda? Noting none, this evening we do not have any petitions or communications. We will move to public comments next. This is an opportunity for the public to comment on matters that are not on tonight's agenda. So if you want to speak, if you're in the queue, press *3. I'm not noting anybody. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Mayor, there is someone being screened right now. I'm not sure if it's for general comment for 7C.
7C. Okay, so we'll wait till that matter comes up. And once again, the number, I'll repeat it again, is 855-695-3744. And don't forget to press *3. Council's community and event updates are next. Does any member of council have an update this evening? Councilmember Lim.
Yes, through my assignment to the Workforce Board, I had the opportunity to hear Cecil Velasquez present on a new program from a Precious Child called Precious Perks Workforce Development Program. So this will begin May the 1st, and it has help from our own workforce development team. The program is looking for young adults ages 16 to 24 who are interested in a 6-month program, which will guide them hopefully to successful careers. If other members of the public are interested in helping with this program, they need mentors or business partners who would be interested in helping employ these graduates once they are finished with the 6-month program. So A Precious Child would be glad to provide further information. You can email cecil@apreciouschild.org. Thanks.
Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. This last Friday, we had our quarterly transportation forum where members of the City Council and elected officials and agency executive level officials had a robust discussion about the Front Range Passenger Rail, Northwest Rail, and our TIP projects. So I just wanted to let Council know that we had a productive and lengthy discussion last Friday, and that our next transportation forum will be on June 9th at 1 o'clock. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, and I'm not saying the name, so I'll just segue into that, Councilmember Lindstedt, that I'm involved in quite a few transportation forums, and with the Northwest mayors and commissioners, and we've your forum last week, and conversations going everywhere. I will point out that that one of the big topics right now is Front Range Passenger Rail, and it seems to be taking a life of its own. There was an article actually written by a staff writer at the camera today. There's been a lot of press at the federal level, state level, and the local level. And there's an issue on which there's 3 routes that are being proposed through the metro area. One of which is the Northwest Rail, which we're committed to because we're associated with the Northwest Mayors and Commissioners Coalition. But there's going to be additional discussion. I want the public aware of that because it's. I do think there'll be federal funding. I do think there'll be some state funding. They formed an authority, or at least they have the legislation drafted to form the authority now for the Front Range or its board or whatever the legislature does. And I'll talk a little bit about urban renewal in a few minutes. And so I just want people aware of that because it's being mentioned almost every day to me in the forums I'm in. So I'll leave it there, and we'll move on to. We'll move on to our consent agenda. Following the clerk's reading of consent agenda items 7A through 7C, we will ask for public comments. So will the clerk please read agenda items 7A, 7B, and 7C by title?
7A, approval of minutes for the special meeting of March 30, 2021, and special meeting of April 6, 2021. 7B, resolution number 2021-81, approving a petition requesting the addition of a Broomfield City and County Director to the Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District and the Municipal Sub-District Governing Boards. 7C, resolution number 2021-84, approving a trash, rubbish, and garbage hauling license for Next Use LLC, doing business as Next Use Recycling and Composting. And resolution number 2021-85, approving a trash, rubbish, and garbage hauling license for Scraps.
We do have a public comment. Ross, please state your full name, your neighborhood, and you have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Good evening. This is Ross Blunt with Next Use Composting and Recycling. I reside in Broomfield and Anthem neighborhood, requesting approval to get a permit for a trash, rubbish, and garbage hauling license for Next Use LLC, doing business as Next Use Recycling and Composting. We offer a curbside a doorside pickup service for residents in Broomfield and surrounding neighborhoods to pick up their recycling materials as well as composting materials. We offer this to single-family homes or single-family residents, complexes, businesses, and other individuals. We ask for approval for being able to offer our services within the Broomfield community.
Thank you, Ross. And we'll move to council comments and questions on the 3 agenda items, which includes Ross's company. Any comments or questions from the from council? Councilmember Schaaf?
All right, maybe now you can hear me.
Yeah.
Perfect. I'm very excited to see that there's a potential license for a composting facility to offer compost here in Broomfield. There was one area I wanted to clarify on this memo. The council memo stated that only 5 of the current 15 licensed trash haulers trash hauling services provides recycling. And I wanted to get clarification on this statement as I read in the following section that Blue Bear Waste Services LLC provides roll-off services, which I don't typically think offer recycling services, but I just wanted to clarify that. So which services would we expect to offer recycling services along with trash hauling? And if you have it, how many of those services do not offer recycling?
Councilmember Schaaf, Danae should be on. I don't have the answer for that.
Jennifer, I am on.
Thank you, Danae.
Yeah, Councilmember Schaaf, that's a great question. I'm pulling up the tracking right now. If I can just follow up with council on that answer. Unfortunately, the way we track licenses is holistically and don't break down that data, but I will get that answer and I can follow back with you, Councilmember Schaaf, and council for their reference.
Thank you. And the reason I bring it up tonight, and it's totally fine to get back to me at a later date, I fully support both of these entities being licensed. But the reason I ask is just to clarify on the council memo, because I believe that that of those companies that would offer that some of these entities like Blue Bear Waste Services only offers roll-off services, and they wouldn't be offering recycle along with that. So I just wanted to get some clarification on that statement, just to show that probably there's fewer trash services than just 5, or there's a limited number rather than just 15. So just wanted to get clarification on that. I appreciate it. Thanks.
I do have a hand up for who says this for item 7C. Christy Turner, did you have an answer to that question?
Yes, sorry. Hi, everyone. More of a comment. I could also speak to that issue of roll-offs versus collection companies. I am the owner and founder of Scraps, so we're up for approval on agenda item 7C. Sorry, we weren't quite sure exactly the way to get involved and speak to our services, but essentially similar to what the gentleman from Next Use said. We are a curbside compost collection service. We service residential as well as commercial customers throughout the Denver metro area. We've been in business for just over 4 years. We have just over 1,000 members at this time. Our pursuit in Broomfield is certainly much more on the residential side than the commercial side, although once a residential program is potentially up and running, we'd be more than happy to service commercial customers in Broomfield as well. Yeah, that's kind of the long and short of our proposal. As far as roll-off companies, Mr. Schaaf, you're absolutely right that companies like Blue Bear, 5280 Waste, Dump Dynasty, been there, dump that. There's actually quite a plethora of various roll-off companies. The majority of them offer just general trash removal, so essentially it's going to the landfill. There are a limited number that will offer recycling roll-off services.
Yeah, Chrissy, we don't necessarily expect you to fully answer that question. We can let that, but I appreciate the the comments. So noting no other comments, I'll ask if is there a motion that the recommendations contained in the staff reports for agenda items 7A, 7B, and 7C be approved? Councilmember Schaaf.
So moved.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson,
Yes.
Castriata,
Yes.
Broom,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Kuzinski,
Yes.
Law Evans,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Schaff.
Yes.
Okay, it passes unanimously. So moving on, there is no business before the Board of Social Services this evening. This evening, we have the COVID update for the Board of Health review. The meeting of the Board of Health is called to order. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll for the Board of Health.
Anderson.
Here.
Castriata. Broom,
Here.
Hinkle,
Here.
Kuzinski,
Here.
Law Evans,
Here.
Lim,
Here.
Lindstedt.
Here.
Schaff,
Here.
Tessier.
A quorum is present. Tessier is absent. Board members have a copy of the agenda memorandum, which staff will summarize.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Good evening. Welcome to this kind of chilly Tuesday evening. Jason Volling, Director of Public Health, will give us an introduction and let us know what's happening with a very brief COVID-19 update. Jason.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman, and good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Colorado, the metro region, and Broomfield are officially entering into a fourth wave of the coronavirus. What we're seeing is increased variance in the state, in the metro region, and in our community. We're also seeing hospitalizations in our younger populations, the 18 to 15-year-olds. And we're seeing that we're seeing greater reproductive rate, which means the virus is spreading quickly again. Due to this, as instructed last week, we have issued an indoor mask order, and it's effective from April 7th to May 8th. To be clear, that's just for indoor settings. It is not for outdoor settings. Again, the recommendation is in outdoor settings, if 6 feet of social distancing can't be maintained, it's recommended to wear a mask, but it's not part of our order. Also, today, the governor and CDPHE announced they will be devolving the dial to local counties and communities. We, as a Denver metro region, have developed a framework, and each metro county has or is in the process of issuing orders that are all in alignment. The order that we issued today for Broomfield will move us to level blue. And just to remember, that's the same level blue that we've been in before, with only 3 exceptions. One is personal gatherings. There is no longer a limit on personal gatherings. Secondly, for outdoor events, they can operate at 100% capacity with 6 feet of social distancing. And then thirdly, our Back to Business program has been suspended at this period of time, but we can bring it back if we need to, and I'll explain that now in phase 2. Phase 2, from May 16th to August 16th, will be an observation period, and each county will move to level clear at that point in time, which has no restrictions. This will give us a chance to observe what's happening with the virus, assuming based on the modeling data that we're able to vaccinate 69% of the Colorado population with 1 dose by May 21st. The only difference there is, instead of measuring cases and positivity will focus on a severity metric of hospitalizations. And I don't expect that Broomfield will be put into a place where we exceed hospitalizations, but if that does, by the rare chance, happen, it would give us the ability to move us back into levels of the dial. And then lastly, as you most likely heard, the CDC and the FDA today has put a pause on the Johnson & Johnson vaccine. And this is due to 6 cases where there were blood clots in individuals. And to put that into perspective, there's been over 7 million doses that have been administered. But what the CDC and FDA are doing is looking at this as they would all vaccines in the abundance of caution as they start to see adverse reactions come up, examining the data. The Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices will meet on Wednesday to review this latest data, and we expect to receive hopefully additional guidance and next steps shortly after that meeting in the next few days, or hopefully in the next week or 2 weeks. We received word of this first thing this morning. We were able to adjust our vaccine distribution at the First Bank Center, and we offered the Pfizer vaccine and vaccinated over 1,200 people today. We'll continue to work closely with CDPHE on the pausing of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine and next steps, and we'll continue to communicate to our residents and communicating with our partners on what that means for people that had appointments or have appointments scheduled in the near future. And with that, that concludes my presentation.
We'll now proceed with public comments. If there's anyone who would like to be heard, please press *3. State your first and last name and neighborhood for the record. I'm not noting anybody or in the queue, so we'll go to questions from the board. Are there any questions from the board? If so, raise your hand. Councilmember or Board Member Jezierski.
Thank you, Mayor/Board Member Quinn. Thanks, Jason, for the brief update. I'm sorry I missed your update yesterday. I was happy to see, though, I think I saw this in the news and presented it now, that we're going to have a level clear. That's getting closer to what I've been hoping for and asking for. Starting to see some metrics as to what, back to normal looks like. I did notice on your graphic that, once we get to that level clear, it says no restrictions except that masks, indoor masks may still apply. So just briefly, are there metrics as to whether masks do or do not apply, or how does that part of it going to work?
Great question, Councilmember Jezierski or Board Member Jezierski. We have the option to extend our mask order. If we do decide to extend that into level clear, we could. We'll wait to that period of time when we're entering level clear to see where we're at as far as the spread of the virus in the community. And we may decide at that point that the masks become a recommendation similar to the 6 feet of social distancing for capacity limits.
Okay, so we don't have any specific metrics for that at the moment. It sounds like you're gonna, and I'm just wondering, is it more of a, play it by ear?
Yeah, with masks, my assumption, Councilmember Jezierski, is that we would probably, at this point, based on the projections and data from the Colorado School of Public Health, not need to extend it. And so I'm going off of that assumption. One thing would be, again, if we see greater transmission that's happening in the community, we might re-examine that.
Okay, well, definitely be keeping an eye on that. I do appreciate, though, that we have that level clear in there, so that's awesome. And my only other comment is going to be, and I was happy to hear that we were able to vaccinate 1,200 people at the First Bank Center today. And maybe I should have had my wife looking at that, because we were trying to get my daughter, who is 16, vaccinated. And I guess the concern that I've had is that my wife's having a really hard time trying to find an appointment for her through the I guess, the local pharmacies, whether that's King Supers, Walmart, or Walgreens. I'm not sure if she looked into the First Bank Center, because I know she has to have the Pfizer one, which apparently you guys were doing today. But I guess my only comment is that I'm a little concerned that it is, at least it seems to be still fairly difficult to get an appointment for a shot, which maybe not surprising, but maybe unfortunate still. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'll make a comment that the Boulder Valley School District, we got notification yesterday. Are going to, we have a 16-year-old or a 16-year-old on Monday, and that they've notified us that that they're going to give shots. I presume you guys are aware of that. And they seem to indicate they have the notifications. And then Mr. Valling, we wouldn't do a mask mandate without the rest of the metro area. We wouldn't do it on our own. We would work with in conjunction the same partners we did last week. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, that's correct, Mayor Quinn.
Okay, I just want to make that clear. Seeing there is no further questions or there's no further business before the Board of Health, the meeting is adjourned. So let's move on to the Broomfield Housing Authority. This evening, the Broomfield Housing Authority will consider proposed resolution number 2021-41-HA, adopting the First Amendment to the 2021 Housing Authority budget. We also have two additional proposed budget resolutions on the agenda this evening, one for the City and County of Broomfield and the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority. Additionally, agenda items 11C and 11E relate to budgets, including the 2020 preliminary year-end coronavirus relief funding update, and Council's review and approval of a proposed resolution number 2021-63, approving the 2021 long-range financial plan update for the City and County of Broomfield. For the purpose of the coordination and the interest of time, I will also convene the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority so that we may review all three budget resolutions and items 11C and 11E concurrently. I would also note that we will be consolidating the public comment period into one public comment period for all five budget items. The meeting of the Broomfield Housing Authority is called to order. I will now ask the clerk to call the roll.
Anderson?
Here.
Castriata?
Here.
Broom?
Here.
Hinkle?
Here.
Jezierski?
Here.
Law Evans?
Here.
Lim?
Here.
Lindstedt?
Here.
Shack?
Here.
Tressier?
So that's the Broomfield Housing Authority. We're also going to call in, call to order the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority. I wanted to take a second before we call that roll. I wanted to give a little bit of background, and maybe Ms. Hoffman can help or what. But for the public, you'll notice that our city council acts as several boards, and all those boards are the same membership as who's elected to city council. In 2015, well, let's just say it this way: urban renewal authorities are a function of the state legislation, and the legislation needs to be enabled by the state. And they've had certain controversy over the years. And in 2015, in an attempt to I guess correct some of the things that were wrong with urban renewal authorities, the legislature has added required urban renewal authorities to have to add two board members, one for the school districts that's in the urban renewal, and one for the all the special districts such as the North Metro Fire District, and we have not had any modifications or new urban renewal authorities, since 2015, and so tonight. We're going to address McWinney and the Urban Renewal Authority. We're going to have, I think there's 10 different resolutions on the, on McWinney, 3 of which will involve the City Council, 7 of which will involve the entire Urban Renewal Authority. So all of us, council, me, we're going to have to pay a little closer attention tonight because we have added 2 new members. We've added Laura Mitchell from the Adams 12 School Board. She'll be our school district representative, and we've added Robert Nielsen from the North Metro Fire District. He's a board member. So we will have a total of 12 members for the, for the urban renewal. And so it's gonna be interesting to watch how we do our votes tonight. So, but I did want to give a chance because we have 2 new people on the dais, so to speak. I guess they'll be interested to see what we do when we're in June and on the dais. But we have two new people on the dais, and I want them to introduce themselves because they're new, and so I've offered them a few minutes to introduce themselves. I'll start with Ms. Mitchell. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor and Board Chairman. My name is Laura Mitchell, and I do serve on the Adams 12 Board of Education. I was elected to that board in the fall of 2015, and my 4-year term, I was reinitiated to stay in that position, and so my term ends 2023, I believe. And through the addition of the a school board representative, Broomfield is home to 5 different school districts, which really simplifies some of that planning. But I represent, and it's been coordinated with the other school districts as well, that I represent all school districts in my role on this board in their relationship with Broomfield. My family and I relocated to Broomfield in 2008, and we had 2 small children at the time, and now they're sophomores in high school. So we've been here the longest. I think my husband and I, either one, have lived in the same location. But I had a 30-year career in defense and intelligence, and relocated to Colorado in 1995 and spent sort of the end of my career. I have since retired and now spend my time in the school district trying to serve our students and our families and our community. I also am a co-founder of an organization called Colorado Kid. Colorado Kids Identified with Dyslexia, and we work very diligently to try to bring awareness to the prevalence of dyslexia and work in legislation, and are very proud to be that dyslexia was actually recognized by the City Council this year, and have our library, which you should take great pride in knowing that I believe you're the first city and county to recognize Dyslexia Awareness Month. And our library is the first one that CoKid is trying to partner with and try to support your education and bring that to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Mitchell. Mr. Nielsen.
Thank you, Mayor. I am originally from Illinois. I grew up outside of Chicago. My family moved to Broomfield in 2007. We currently, and have, as long as we've lived here, we reside in Anthem Ranch. I have a wife and 2 children. One lives in Central Park, is the new name, and one lives in Burbank, California. And our daughter in Denver has 2 grandkids. One is a sophomore in Boulder, and the other is a senior in a Denver high school. I retired after 30 years of municipal service. I retired as a fire chief for a town outside of Chicago. It's the village of Oak Brook, which is a major corporate community in DuPage County. I retired in 2007 and retired. I did like most people. After a year, I couldn't handle it anymore, so I went back to work. I had a job offer to go back to work for a neighboring fire department, and I did that. I am been on the North Metro Board. I was originally elected in 2010. I was reelected in 2014. In 2019, due to a vacancy created by a resignation, the board unanimously reappointed me to fill out that term. I ran again for a 3rd term in 2020 and was reelected. I am also currently on the Anthem West Metro District Board of Directors, which I think most of us know what metro districts are. And it's that, in all honesty, has proved to be quite interesting. I'm not saying that North Metro has not been interesting, but right now, the primary interaction between North Metro and the city of Broomfield is the new fire station on Midway. Pretty quick, you're going to start seeing some activity there. Without getting into it, we had some issues with one of our fire stations in North Glen. That the issues presented itself unexpectedly and had to be dealt with. And we've done that. And obviously the next is the station 62 on Midway. I think most of the board, I think all of the board has had the opportunity to see what's proposed there. We had a meeting with the council and Chief Ramos and Chief Anderson. I think you're going to be quite pleased. We anticipate about a year from now that will be reopened. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Board Member Nielsen. So, thank you, and again, welcome everybody. Due to the addition of the two members moving forward when an item needs Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority review and approval, the clerk will call the roll for the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority with the addition of two members. This is new for all of us. We appreciate your patience while we work through the new process and through the agenda both this evening and in the future. So I will now ask the clerk to call the roll for the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority.
Anderson? Here. Castriata?
Here.
Groom?
Here.
Hinkle?
Here.
Jezierski?
Here.
Paul Evans?
Here.
Lim?
Here.
Lindstedt?
Here.
Mitchell?
Here.
Nielsen?
Here.
Schaff?
Here.
Tessier?
A quorum of Borough is present. Council, Housing Authority and Borough board members have a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I will ask our staff to summarize.
Again, good evening, Council, and our two new board members. It's good to see both of your faces after much deliberation and conversation about who would be the dedicated spokespeople for our school districts and our special districts. So welcome. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Brenda Ritchie, our Chief Financial Officer, for this first item. Brenda.
Thank you, City Manager Hoffman, and good evening, Chairman Quinn, members of the board, as well as the Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, and the authority. Brenda Ritchie, Chief Financial Officer. The items for consideration this evening are multifaceted. The agenda items before you not only embody the extraordinary events of 2020, in which we'll review the impacts of the pandemic and the additional funding the city and county received through grants, but we will also review where we currently are with respect to 2021 and the proposed budget amendments. And then we'll wrap up with taking a look forward at how Broomfield plans to achieve financial sustainability with continued enhancements to our economic long-range financial plan. Next slide, please. As you may recall, we started 2020 with a healthy reserve balance as well as a sizable fund balance. The relatively unknown pandemic of the coronavirus 19 at the time quickly came into play, and staff along with the community had to quickly adapt. Broomfield was one of the early adopters across the Front Range in this fiscally conservative practice to curtail the unknown economic impacts of the pandemic you would have on Broomfield. If you recall, some of the practices in tandem with the public health landscape included reducing budgets and services, adjusting our forecast early for the revenue, deferring capital projects, and furloughing positions. Broomfield was also fortunate enough to have received $6 million in coronavirus relief grant funding in order to help offset the expenses incurred related to this pandemic. Next slide, please. Slide 3 provides an overview of the personnel and operating costs that were expensed by the city and county directly related to the response and recovery efforts of the pandemic beginning in 2020. Broomfield's eligible reimbursement is broken down here to reflect that a majority of our efforts were within the area of personnel, such as our public health and safety, as well as those crucial personnel that assisted in the continuity of operations. The result of receiving this additional $6 million to reimburse the expenditures, along with those higher than expected revenues and substantial reductions in the expenses, led us to where no one would have had anticipated for us. Next slide, please. I know it's a little difficult to read on slide 4, but this table is also found in item 11C on the second attachment, I believe. What it shows us is the true projected financial impacts of the pandemic on our general governmental funds. Now, keep in mind that the numbers presented to you throughout this evening remain unaudited and adjustments can be made, but it gives us the opportunity to really better understand how Broomfield's continued fiscally conservative practices, luck, and good fortune of the community by continuing to support the revenue stream really have allowed us to end 2020 in a strong financial position. We saw areas of growth in revenue related to one-time sales, audits, grocery, and construction. While we continually monitored and adjusted our projections, we remained consistent with keeping a base revenue stream. This really allowed us to ensure that Broomfield would continue to cover the ongoing expenditures. And speaking of expenditures, while staff did reduce the budgets early on in the process, we realized additional savings due to the fact that several contracts didn't require the level of support budgeted. Therefore, those dollars were able to be unencumbered, or rather released back into the general fund. Another area that shifted were costs related to insurance and unemployment. When the budget was revised in 2020, it considered the possibility of increased rates based on market conditions as well as the pandemic. However, what we ended up seeing was that due to the fact that many employees were working from home, our worker compensation levels, along with insurance coverage demands, decreased. And as the dynamic of our workforce continues to evolve, we should expect to see continued adjustments in this area. Also, the large number of unemployment that was previously budgeted was not required, as we were able to bring back employees sooner than projected and also received additional state funding. Next slide, please. At the end of 2020, as outlined in the agenda packet, Broomfield is anticipated to roll forward approximately $29 million in unspent dollars. While that's a sizable rollover and it was expected, maybe not to that degree, the adjustments made to the actuals as part of the fiscal year-end closeout process and mentioned this evening have all contributed to this total amount. The graph represents the anticipated budgeted amount of those revenues versus the actual, which is a good position to find ourselves in. If you'll note, the graph shows that the budgeted amount was roughly around 10 to 12 million versus the actual of 29 million. Keep in mind, we also did not include the revenues that we anticipated from the coronavirus relief funding. Next slide, please. Now on slide 6, we've reviewed 2020. We've come to the present with the consideration of amending the 2021 budgets, really to mainly reflect the roll forward of unspent 2020 balances for grant funds and capital improvement projects, along with any additional operational changes that occurred to date for 2021 for the budgets really relating to the city and county, the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority, and the Broomfield Housing Authority, as mentioned by the mayor. Next slide, please. As part of the third amendment to the city and county funds tonight, there are additional funds being requested that were not part of the original budget adoption. The 2.1 million in general funds do not all equate to the 6.88 of FTEs or full-time equivalents, but rather it's a combination of personnel, such as limited term appointments approved by the council for program efforts like the project manager related to the marijuana efforts, a victim advocate within the police department, or an oil and gas monitoring specialist. It also includes salary adjustments, due to the reorganizations to really better align internal duties with external service delivery. The other component of new additions are programmatic support, whether updated software, increases to the expenses for the Adams County District Attorney Services, client benefits, funding for the workforce division, or our increased funding for the waste diversion program. They're all included here. Some of the items do have offsetting revenue as indicated in the agenda packet. From a new capital perspective, there were some scope changes in the Airport Creek feasibility study for the open space and trails, while additional dollars were required for the turn lane and Legacy High School to complete that project. Next slide, please. In keeping with our standard practice every year, staff requires to amend the budget to reflect grant funding either not received due to timing because of the various fiscal years across federal, state, and local levels from the previous year, or it was unspent. Staff requests to appropriate those dollars in the current fiscal year. Similarly, there are some operating costs that, due to unforeseen circumstances, such as the pandemic in 2020, that would have prevented certain initiatives to be completed, and therefore staff is requesting that these dollars roll forward into the 2021 budget. The majority of the requested dollars on this slide is due to unspent grant dollars in 2020, with a few operating expenses, such as the delayed purchase of the stormwater jetting truck and inspection van critical to Public Works' stormwater operations. Next slide, please. As with the unspent program dollars for operating grants, the previously approved funding related to the capital improvements projects, for one reason or another, were not expensed. And Council's approval tonight would allow for the continuation of those projects without delay by making the dollars available for use in the current fiscal year. A comprehensive list of capital projects with those offsetting revenue are located in attachment 4, I believe, of the Council packet this evening. Next slide, please. Closing out the general governmental funds for 2021, we wanted to provide just a quick overview of where we anticipate to end 2021. If all things remained constant at the exact point in time, which we all know the one thing constant is change, therefore we continue to move through our financial audit and make adjustments. We'll also monitor the economic trends and provide the Council with updates on our financial status. One of those adjustments that we'll be setting aside the reserve amount as required by our current policy, which is 10%, and historically Broomfield has segregated roughly 16.67% or 2 months of operations. As service costs increase and additional discussions with Council on debt policy continue, that projected balance is subject to change. Additionally, the amount of one-time revenues that Broomfield observes, such as the $6 million in additional grant funding or the revenue generated from sales tax audits, can't be taken in consideration for ongoing expenditures, but rather one-time support. Staff, again, will continue to work with the Council and management on proper execution and utilization of those funds in support of the city and county. Next slide, please. Moving to Broomfield's other entity budgets for 2021, staff is requesting consideration of adopting resolutions to amend the budgets of both the Broomfield Urban Renewal Area and the Housing Authority to reflect the roll forward of unspent 2020 dollars related to the capital and grants into the 2021 budgets. The amounts reflected on this slide are actually the ending balances if approved. Specifically, the borough amounts for North Park West reflect the infrastructure improvements in that area. Borough expected to receive funding in 2020 from CDOT. However, due to the challenges of the pandemic, the funding was delayed. The request reflects the carryover of that project from 2020 in addition to the new grant dollars, while the Housing Authority request reflects the unspent community development or block grant funds, the CDBG funds from 2020, along with unspent home consortium, or otherwise known as the tenant-based rental assistance program funding, which again supports low and moderate income residents in Broomfield. Next slide, please. That takes us of where we are, and next we'll move ahead to where we're going in terms of the request for Council to adopt the updated 2021 Economic Long Range Financial Plan. Next slide, please. On March 30th, Council had the opportunity to speak with staff regarding the updates to the Economic Long Range Financial Plan. The discussion reviewed the evolution of how development projects would be reviewed with Council and provided really a more comprehensive matrix approach to assist the Council in decision-making process regarding current and future developments. This graph represents the actual ratios of revenues to expenses from previous updates and where the ratio is expected to be projected at build out in 2040 for Broomfield, which is 1.04. What that means is for every dollar spent, Broomfield would expect to see an additional 4 cents on the dollar. Next slide, please. During that study session, there was some great discussion around the build out ratio dropping from 1.08 as seen in the 2012 model to 1.04 in the current proposed projections of the model. There are several key assumptions and changes that were made to the current model that influence the drop in that ratio, which staff believes is really a better representation of calculating the projected revenues and expenses. Within the first table, it breaks down the fundamental assumptions that changed, causing that ratio shift. Starting with the ratio, we observed again that 2012 projected the build-out ratio to be 1.08, and now that decrease of 1.04 in the current plan. However, as we just saw with the actuals on the last slide, even though 2012 projected a build-out ratio of 1.08, the actual performance of revenues to expenditures were exactly at 1.04. Keep in mind that's a year-to-year carryover balance, not balance, excuse me, but a year-to-year comparison and not cumulative, which build-out takes into consideration. A fundamental change from all the previous updates was the allocation of sales tax to residential development. Based on the understanding of the influences in development and really the market demands, it was clear that residential development attributes in some capacity to the generation of sales tax, and as a result, staff shifted a percentage of that revenue from commercial to residential. The other significant change is the way in which the model accounts for the beginning fund balances. In the previous updates, it has been included, which actually increases the projected ratio. And as we saw at the start of this presentation, the beginning fund balance varies greatly year over year. And by removing that anomaly, staff felt that it was more fiscally conservative and allowed for greater flexibility in the event that those balances are not realized. It's the same methodology as to why the capital projects, not only within the model, but our approach really to budgeting, is 100% funded in the first year. While staff recognizes that a project doesn't have the luxury of starting and completing within the same year, I'd say that the dollars are available for the project and carry forward as needed, as demonstrated in our proposed budget amendments this evening. Some of the other notable influences here are impacting the refresh of the plan and ratio are simply reflected in the changes in the retail marketplace. Thinking back to 2012 to now, where we are in the community in 2021, it's fundamentally different in consumer behavior, both in terms of the desire of not only how we live, but also where we live. And as we continue the discussions, again tonight with baseline development later this evening, and the changes we all experienced in this last year alone, I think is a prime indicator of that. Each council has the ability to influence both the short and long-term outcome of that ratio, both in terms of how the items are financed, which we'll explore further at next week's study session around Broomfield's debt capacity, and also other alternative funding sources that are available but not included, such as the grant funding for transportation or housing as an example. Staff recognizes the value each can bring, but also by prematurely programming in those dollars within the pro forma can really potentially create an unintended consequence if those dollars are not realized. In the end, the unique ratio component of the economic long-range financial plan before you this evening is a request for approval of the current model, with the understanding that staff will continue to update this dynamic model as a comprehensive resource for the council to use in development considerations. Next slide, please. Based on the presentation this evening and information contained in the agenda packet, staff is requesting the consideration and approval of the amended budgets for the City and County of Broomfield, along with the Broomfield Urban Renewal Area and the Housing Authority, in addition to the adoption of the Economic Long-Range Financial Plan, by resolution. That concludes staff's presentation this evening and would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, we'll go to public comments. As previously stated, this public comment period is for all 5 budget-related items, which includes items 10A, 11C, 11D, 11E, and 15C. If there's anyone who would like to be heard, please press *3, state your first and last name and neighborhood for the record. I'm not noting any comments. Okay, so questions from the council. The Housing Authority and the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority members are next. For the 2 new borough members, this is your opportunity to ask questions on these budget items. Are there any questions on items 10A, 11C, 11D, 11E, and 15C? Councilmember Groom.
Yes, thank you very much. Brenda, the long range, that last slide, really appreciated the explanation on the different key assumptions. I know we had a long conversation on that. Really helped me put a lot of that analysis together. One quick question on the key assumptions. I know in the last presentation and conversation we had, you were also saying one of the factors that was important in the modeling was the starting ratios. So in 2012, the starting ratio was 1.04, and then in the 2021 analysis, it was 0.93. Is that also another contributing factor? Still,
when you say, thanks for the question. Sorry, thank you, Councilmember Groom. I think what you're asking is the year over year. So the ratio reflected in slide 13 is actually just looking at a snapshot, if you will, of the revenues brought in and the expenditures that went out in fiscal year 2012, and the same with 2020. So that ratio decreased in 2012. The actual ratio of all the revenue coming in and what was expended out was actually 1.04, even though the previous models had, were projecting around 1.08. And same with in that year of 2020 was decreased because if you recall, we had 3 major capital projects that we were wrapping up last year. So with the construction of BCC completion and then, working on 144th and as well as the service center, those all contributed, major capital expenditures contributed to the lower than anticipated. And we will continue to see that in future years. But at the end of the build out, we anticipate it to be 1.04. Does that help?
Got it. Yep. Thank you.
Okay.
And then I also thought tonight we were going to see metrics for us to understand how we were going to look at future developments for tracking.
Thank you.
Councilmember Groom, so when those additional metrics are part of the development metrics that we introduced during the last long-range financial plan as we're moving forward with regards to what those triggers are in each one of those categories? Is that the metrics that you're thinking of?
I thought we were going to see those tonight. Maybe not. Okay. I'll continue to talk about that. And my next, I must have misunderstood something. I'll look back in my notes more clearly. So then going back up to the budget for approval, and Ms. Hoffman, a conversation between you and I that we had in regards to the budget that I was a little disappointed that I didn't see was in regards to employee merit increases. So can we talk a little bit about, I know that we had mentioned salary adjustments, but that I'm assuming was not the merit increases for the employees. I thought that was going to be the first thing, the first priority on our list as we got money in the coffers.
Ms. Ritchie?
Sure, happy to answer that. Thank you for the question. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to, item E.
So in 11E, sorry.
Okay.
So in terms of in terms of the salary adjustments and any type of discussion around merit, we were actually coming forward to council at a later date to have one comprehensive package around personnel matters. Yeah. And the intent of the budget amendment was is to do what we typically do during the rollover for capital projects and unspent grant dollars in 2020 versus and things that have already occurred or have been approved by council, formally adopting the budget. And because the numbers are currently unaudited, we were waiting until I believe June to come forward with that information so that we would have audited numbers to exactly see where we ended 2020 with.
So I know I might be running out of time, but help me understand how we can add employees to our budget, like the PM and the big victim advocacy and the oil and gas and the salary adjustments before an audit, but we can't pay our employees, which we usually do at the beginning of the year anyway, right? So I don't understand. What's the delay?
So actually, typically when the budget is developed in the fall and adopted in the fall, it will already have included the salary and merit adjustments. And if you recall, in 2020, when we adopted the budget, as you mentioned, we were going to hold the conversation until after the first quarter and when we had audited numbers to move forward with that, because it's a much larger fiscal impact in terms of the entire organization versus the other positions that I've presented this evening.
Okay, so I thought the merit increase was 2 million and the other positions that we just talked about was 2.1 million. And the end of the first quarter is March. So I might take this offline and follow up with you guys later. So what I hear you saying though is you guys are going to come back to us and the budget that we're approving tonight still has the funding, that 29 million that is our balance. That 29 million has the appropriate funding for the merit increase in 2021.
Councilmember Groom?
Yes.
So from the prioritization, once the audit is completed, with those rollover funds, we're not just coming back with the merit increase, we're coming back with the merit increase, we're coming back with the COVID one-on-one vacation end buyout, we're coming back with the exceptional merit, and we wanted to package those three together instead of kind of piecemealing that, so that all of those with regards to personnel and staffing would be addressed at the same time.
Okay.
It unequivocally is a priority.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I guess I feel compelled to make a comment, Jennifer, because we've talked 2 or 3 times about this. I do not understand, as an active CPA, why the audit would have an impact on, I mean, certainly our books are in shape that the audit, I mean, my understanding was that, I mean, that's generally not an excuse on why you don't do something if you've closed your books. So with that said, Jennifer, what I understood, or Ms. Hoffman, what I understood talking to you is it's really the second part that's more significant, that we're going to have a comprehensive package, that you're looking at a whole bunch of stuff, vacation pay, stuff that was accrued in 2020, for leave, and you're just not ready to talk to council about that right now. But I mean, obviously you've said employees watch this, tonight or tomorrow. I mean, the indications are that you will come back to council with merit increases and, with other items. So clean up some personnel policies and do a whole bunch of stuff that just tonight wasn't the night to do it.
Three separate items with regard to compensation for employees.
Yeah. And you'll come back, and do you have an estimated date when you'll come back?
When do we come? It's on the calendar now. I'm going to tell you the date. Give me just a second. Yep. I'm going to put it in the chat.
Okay.
Mayor Quinn, I believe it's set for June 8th.
Okay. Oh, our first in-house meeting, hopefully. Okay.
Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify that, because I mean, Ms. Hoffman, as you said, the employees pay attention, and so anticipation is you'll bring a comprehensive package with 3 different components to us on June 8th.
That's correct.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Mayor, my memory served, council approved a 6-month deferment. Is that correct, City Manager Hoffman?
To June, in order to have the conversations about the merit, yes.
That's what I thought so too. So thank you for the clarification.
Councilmember or Board Member Lim or Councilmember Lim, I guess you're both for this purpose of these comments.
Okay, thanks. In 11E in the long-range financial plan, on page 24, there's a statement: the 2020 actual expenditures have been used as the baseline to project future expenditures by department. So are those 2020 expenditures that were not reimbursed? Are those 2020 expenditures that, are in total? Or because when I looked at that, I thought, well, didn't we have some extraordinary expenditures in 2020 due to COVID? And would basing our future expenditures then be increased because of the baseline, the 2020 baseline being higher?
Thanks for the question and the opportunity to answer, Councilmember Lim. That's a great question because the baseline did not include increases or addressing the response and recovery to the pandemic. It was independent of of those expenditures, because you're right, it would artificially inflate going forward. So the 2020 baseline does not include responses. And keep in mind, it also is looking at a trend analysis back to see where we have historically been over the past several years, and then taken into account the future rate of inflation, if you will, in order to calculate the build out. So in terms of the 2020 baseline, it does not include any additional revenues that would have been that one time, as mentioned, even with our projections, taking that out of there, because we know that it's a one-time revenue, it's the stream, and it's not an ongoing thing. So we do not count it in the model or the pro forma as we move forward.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. On page 21, it says the addition of new retail in several planned development areas will be essential to the continued health of the city's sales tax. And this goes, I think, to a conversation that we've been having and we will continue to have in these particular developments like Broomfield Town Square and that. So I think we've been focused on the fact that the addition of any new retail is not necessarily going to be of benefit because we need local unique retail in order to interest our own residents in patronizing those commercial establishments and in drawing people from other communities too. So I guess I was looking for somewhere in this document that it would qualify the retail, that we don't want, just any old retail. We really do want to concentrate in these new developments on the local unique retail. Did I miss that emphasis somewhere in here?
Councilmember.
No, I don't. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Councilmember Lim, this is Jeff Romine, Director of Development Finance and Economist. You are right on point with your question. And I just wanted to add that the way that we oftentimes think about new retail, it's also the redevelopment within those areas. And you're raising the exact point that we have talked about, both within this and the economic vitality matrix, which is the adjustment of retail. So what we recognize and tried to recognize in the long-range financial plan as we developed it was retail would evolve. And so to some degree it is new, but as you point out, it is adjustments of existing dollars into new forms.
Okay, thanks. And then where Mr. Romine mentioned the economic vitality matrix, that is mentioned at the end of this long-range financial plan. So, that's still, I think, the what I see as the part of the decision-making process that we have a balancing act, I think, to do as council still with this is a good tool with how our developments affect the long-range financial plan, but yet we have our council priorities where we have to, look at those too, and in each development and how that development impacts those priorities. So I was glad to see that mentioned at least at the end of this item 11E. Do you see any other way that we are going to see those priorities brought forward and emphasized in each development that we look at?
Mayor Pro Tem and council members, again, what we've been trying to do within the matrix is to incorporate both the market realities as well as the council's priorities. And so we've continued to work to increase mobility, as an example, through the types of developments we're anticipating, the sustainability, because that's a high community value, and of course affordability, which are three council priorities, as well as the long-range financials success of the community. And I think that speaks to your question around how do we fit the priorities in, and then the linkage between that matrix and the long-range financial plan is increasingly bringing that new retail, that new development into the long-range financial plan and making sure that we're continuing evolving that to meet the market realities of tomorrow. I think that answers your question as I heard it.
Yes, thank you very much. That's all. Thanks.
Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for the presentation on all of this. It sounds like that we're also discussing item 11E. Is that correct?
We are.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify that before I jump into some questions. So on page 8 or page 14 of the council memo or page 8 of the presentation, it talks about the city and county is currently evaluating its current debt capacity and load and anticipates an update to the historical practices with the adoption of a debt policy. I was curious what the timeline on this work and that debt policy will be.
Thank you, Councilmember Schaaf. Actually, next week, on the 20th, we will be having a discussion, a study session item related around the current debt capacity, debt load, and then future debt and obligations for the city and county of Broomfield, and then what those opportunities are for developing a debt policy for the organization. So we can expect to have those conversations on the 20th of this month.
Great, thank you for that update. Below that, it talks about reducing debt, and it talks about that in 2012, the city and county debt was refunded to take advantage of a lower interest rate. And this may be a silly question, but is there an option to refinance city debt, or is that basically what that refunding debt looks like?
It's a great question, Councilmember Schaaf. It will depend on the debt itself, depending on what the parameters are in the bond offering documents of how it's structured and then how we can refinance or refund the debt. So depending on whether it's a general obligation debt where you have certificates of participation versus other types of debt. So it'll really depend on the type of debt and how it's structured in terms of what options there are for refinancing, as well as the potential revenues coming in to supplement and help pay that, go towards that debt obligation and service that debt.
Oh, okay. So if I heard you correctly, we do have the option to refinance debt, and maybe we're too far beyond this, but we just had historical lows in terms of interest rates. Have we missed out on that opportunity to refinance any of that existing debt that we have at this point?
That's a great question, and that's part of the conversation of what we're currently going to be exploring with the council in terms of what debt should be looked at as potential opportunities if it is a good opportunity to refinance, not just for a lower interest rate, but in the overall term and obligations for repayment of that debt and what that would do for the city and county's finances as we move forward.
Okay.
So we'll continue those conversations.
Great. I look forward to hearing more about that. Jumping down to page 19 of the council memo, it talks about sales tax. And this was something that I kind of started to move through. This question was, how much of this sales tax is covered by the Flatiron Crossing Mall currently?
That's a great question. In 2020, approximately around $7 million was attributable to the mall for 2020. Prior years, on average, was between 11 and 12 million. So in 2020, we obviously saw a dip in revenues, which we anticipated in the mall area, and also with the departure of Nordstrom's, there was a significant decrease as well in the revenues in 2020, aside from the pandemic itself. So on average, previously, it was between 10 and 12 million annually, but last year we saw roughly 7 million in sales, collected revenue from the sales of the mall area.
Okay, so comparing that to a graph that is on page 30, this is table 17. On there it talks about it calls out the mall within that commercial, and it looks like that years 2020 to years 2020 or 2035, as well as even projected build out, that number stays pretty static. Does that, and help me if I'm reading this incorrectly, but it looks like that the mall continues to stay pretty static in terms of that number, while the numbers around there in the retail as well as non-retail continue to grow and grow. Am I reading that correctly? So right now, the mall makes up a big portion of our sales tax, but as it gets closer to 2035, as well as projected build out, that the mall doesn't necessarily grow much, but those other entities continue to grow. And so we actually diversify our revenue.
That's correct. You're reading that, and I can, it's also the changes in that retail market, if you will, as well. And as we continue those discussions around redevelopment, but seeing a shift as we saw from 2012 to even 2021, we're now seeing a lot more online retail, and whether it's brick and mortar versus that online and what that would look like in terms of the revenue. So we'll continue to watch that and monitor what that trend looks like related to the mall area. But I think you're correct in what you're in how you're interpreting the table.
Okay, great. Well, I mean, that's good to know that I'm reading that right, and thanks for the clarification on that. I mean, it just seems that right now the mall I mean, we have a redevelopment project sitting out there with the mall, and so it makes a lot of sense to continue to move on that and enhance that mall as much as possible at this point. But down the road, or I shouldn't say, but down the road, and down the road, that it's just as important, but those other retail pieces become as equal important and continue to grow even larger, in some areas, even larger than malls. So thanks for that clarification. And I'm glad to have all this information. I appreciate all the work.
Other council or board member questions or comments? Board Member Nielsen, did I see you raise your hand or? No, okay. So I do have a question, and it's for future. My understanding, and once again, Ms. Hoffman, I think we've talked about this, that at the Rescue Act, there's, that Brookfield being a city county, we get double allocation under the Rescue Act, that money was received in 2021 and 2022. The number approximates $20 million. Brookfield, along with everybody else, is digesting what that means and what the parameters are, because at this point in time, it's fairly broad categories. But but at some point in time, there was an article. There was an article about Boulder getting 20 million as a city alone. At some point in time, when do you plan to bring that to council for discussion of the parameters? Because that's a pretty big number.
As soon as we have the parameters from the Treasury. They're continuing to work through that. Our approach is going to be similar to the conversations that we've had with council thus far. We're anticipating 20.8 million for city and county. So having it be one-time dollars, we're not looking at doing anything other than increasing reserve. And then the one-time hits, whether that's increasing the CIPs and or other funding that doesn't require additional maintenance or ongoing costs. So we'll have those additional conversations as soon as we know the parameters on what it can be spent on.
To clarify, though, the Rescue Act is different than the CARES Act last year, in the fact that it does allow infrastructure dollars.
That's exactly right. And the other difference, Mayor, is it's not reimbursement, right? So before we had to spend the dollars and then account for the dollars. This is a straight allocation to us. It's not a pass-through to the state, nor is it other than the reporting requirements back to the federal government, and that's where the kind of what the structure looks like with regard to the guardrails and parameters.
Yeah, and I certainly didn't
As soon as we know more, you all will know more.
Okay, yeah, but it's been out there in the press. I guess someone in council will understand that conversation is forthcoming, because the number is pretty significant on which Brookfield's been allocated. So that's my point of bringing it up tonight. So noting no other hands up, we'll move through the resolutions we have here. The first is the Broomfield Housing Authority's consideration of proposed resolution number 2021-41-HA. This is the Housing Authority, so it's just the 10 members of council. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2021-41-HA by title?
Resolution number 2021-41-HA, adopting a first amendment to the Broomfield Housing Authority budget for the year 2021.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that resolution number 2021-41-HA be adopted by the Housing Authority.
Councilmember Henkel.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll for the Housing Authority? This will not include, as I mentioned earlier, the 2 borough members.
Castriota. Castriota.
Yes.
Broom.
Yes.
Hinkle.
Yes.
Jezierski.
Yes.
Law Evans.
Yes.
Lim.
Yes.
Lindstedt.
Yes.
Staff.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. So
I
now,
didn't vote.
oh, did you call it? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Councilmember.
Oh, Anderson. My apologies. Anderson.
Yes.
My apologies.
It passes unanimously. It's going to be a long night for you, Samantha. So let's go to proposed resolution number 2021-45. Will the clerk please read resolution number 2021-45 by title? And this is council's consideration. Samantha, can you read that by title, 2021-45?
I'm sorry. I apologize. Give me one moment. 11D. Okay, I'm sorry. It's okay. Resolution number 2021-45, adopting the third amendment to the City and County of Broomfield budget for the year 2021.
Is there a motion? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that resolution number 2021-45 be adopted by City Council.
Councilmember Hinkle.
Second.
Is there any discussion by council members? Will the clerk please call the roll for City Council? And once again, this will not include the 2 borough members.
Groom.
Yes.
Hinkle.
Yes.
Jezierski.
Yes.
Law Evans.
Yes.
Lim.
Yes.
Lindstedt.
Yes.
Schaff.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Castriota.
Yes.
It passes unanimously, so let's move to proposed resolution by council's proposed resolution number 2021-63.
You muted yourself. Press *6 to unmute.
Resolution number 2021-63, approving the 2021 long-range financial plan update for the City and County of Broomfield.
Is there a motion by a council member? Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that resolution number 2020-63 be adopted by City Council.
Councilmember Henkel.
Second. You're muted.
Is there
We can't hear.
Second.
Councilmember Hinkle, we had a motion by Mayor
Jake.
Pro Tem. Is it?
Everyone else has left the call.
Are we okay? Okay. So there's been a motion and a second. Is there any for 2020-63? Is there any discussion by council members? Mayor Pro Tem, did you have a comment?
It looks like no one else is going to join this call. Goodbye.
CRL, that wasn't you. That was coming from the council. Well, maybe that's what CRL.
Yeah, no,
We're back.
still here.
We're back on. I'm sorry about that. I think either Guyleen or Mayor Pro Tem Castriata was going to make a motion.
She made them. While you were gone, we have a motion and a second. And
Do you need us to do it again?
Now we're on discussion by council members. So we have a motion and a second on 2020-63. The motion was made by the Mayor Pro Tem. The second was made by Councilmember Henkel. Are we all on the same page?
We are. Thank you.
Okay. Noting no discussion by council members, will the clerk please call the roll for city council, which will not include the borough members?
Hinkle?
Yes.
Jezierski?
Yes.
Law Evans?
Yes.
Lim?
Yes.
Lindstedt?
Yes.
Schaaf?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Castriata?
Yes.
Broom?
Yes.
It passes unanimously. So let's go to the last item under this portion of the agenda for review is the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority's consideration of proposed resolution number 2021-42-UR. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution 2021-42-UR by title?
Resolution number 2021-42-UR, First Amendment to the budget for the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority for the fiscal year 2021 and appropriating sums of money.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that resolution number 2021-42-UR be adopted by Borough.
Councilmember Henkel.
Second.
Is there any discussion by borough members, which includes 12 of us? Nope. So I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Jezierski?
Yes.
Law Evans?
Yes.
Lim?
Yes.
Lindstedt?
Yes.
Mitchell?
Yes.
Nielsen?
Yes.
Schaaf?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Castriata?
Yes.
Broom?
Yes.
Hinkle?
Yes.
It passes unanimously. Seeing there's no further business before the Broomfield Housing Authority, we're going to adjourn the Housing Authority meeting, but Borough will stay convened for the next item on the agenda. It's crossed my mind. We can share stories with the two new board members on how all their remote meetings are working. So, but we'll do that later. So let's go ahead and move on to council business. Our first item under council business this evening is the public hearing and council's consideration of 3 proposed resolutions and 1 ordinance on first reading pertaining to the baseline development. There are an additional 6 resolutions on this same topic needing review by the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority. For the purpose of coordination and the interest of time, the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority was already convened and we will review all 9 resolutions and 1 ordinance concurrently. I would also note that we will be consolidating the public comment period into 1 public comment period for items 11A and 15A. I will now declare the public hearing open. We will follow the city's standard public hearing procedures. First, staff will present a summary of the proposal. Next, we will have the applicant's presentation, if applicable. Then we will ask for public comments and final comments from the applicant. And finally, questions to the city council and borough members. Council and borough have the copy of the agenda memorandum, which staff will now summarize.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a pretty exciting opportunity for all of us. We've been working diligently on this, not just for the last few years, but in earnest with the school district and with the applicant this evening for about 9 months. We appreciate council's interest and engagement as we move through Development 101, Development 102, Financing 101, Financing 102, developer agreements, what urban renewal is, metro districts. All of that will help form a thoughtful and well-educated, well-informed decision for you all tonight. We know that this is a lot of information. We are grateful for all of you taking the time over the last week and a half in order to really dig in and understand what this looks like. John Hall, Jeff Romine, Carl Front, Lynn Merwin are all on the line. Primarily Jeff and John will do the overview of the presentation. We're not gonna speed through this tonight. We're gonna take our time, and then the applicant will have an opportunity to provide what the document looks like. I can tell you that Chris Gladowski from the school district, myself, and Kyle Harris have been on the phone a lot, starting last night into today, making sure that all three parties are comfortable and confident as we move forward. During the applicant's presentation, you will see an amendment that we will put on screen. We are removing one section. We are replacing it with verbiage that all three parties worked on, actually right up until Mr. Gladowski and Laura and Kathy Plomer had their 5:15 conversation getting ready for tonight. So again, feel free to raise your hand at any point. And with that, I'll turn it over to John Hall. John.
Thank you, City Manager Hoffman. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and members of the Borough Board. Again, John Hall, Director of Economic Vitality, and as Ms. Hoffman mentioned, there are a number of other staff available this evening to answer questions as necessary. As the Mayor has already noted, items 11A and 15A combined consist of 10 actions, 4 by City Council and 6 by the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority. All of these relate to the North Park Baseline community currently in development by McWhinney in North Broomfield. Generally, these actions fall into 4 categories. First, consideration of an overall development agreement between the city, borough, and McWhinney. This is known as the Master Growth and Development Agreement, or the MGDA. Second, an amendment to the existing North Park Urban Renewal Area and the proposed creation of a new Baseline Urban Renewal Area, both of which will be considered by City Council. Third, a vesting rights agreement to be considered by Council. And fourth, 5 tax increment revenue agreements with impacted taxing districts, which have already been approved by those districts and are awaiting action by borough. Following this staff presentation, the applicant has a short presentation as well. And of course, both staff and the applicant will be available for questions. Next slide, please. This map depicts the overall conceptual land plan for the area, which should be familiar to everyone. It's generally bounded by Colorado 7 to the north, I-25 to the east, Northwest Parkway to the south, and the community ditch just west of Sheridan Parkway on the west. Next slide, please. City Council adopted the I-25 sub-area plan in 1999 that set forth the city's vision for the north area and generally called for a mixed-use commercial district to serve the needs of the area residents. In 2001, City Council approved the Preble Creek PUD plan covering just over 2,600 acres and including what are now known respectively as the Anthem West PUD plan area and the North Park PUD plan area. In 2009, after McWhinney purchased the land generally east of Community Ditch, known as North Park, City Council approved a PUD plan and urban renewal plan, a Master Growth and Development Agreement, MGDA, and a vesting agreement covering the 935 acres of property under the North Park subdivision name. The MGDA was amended in 2011 and continues to be the development agreement in effect at this time. In July of last year, City Council approved an amendment to the North Park PUD plan to add additional McWhinney land acquisitions totaling 175 acres into the PUD boundary and to update certain elements of the plan to reflect an updated vision for the area based on new market conditions. The current PUD plan encompasses over 1,100 acres and allows for up to 9,200 residential units while still anticipating up to 6 to 8 million square feet of commercial development. The refined vision anticipates research and science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM industries, an establishment of a pollinator district to promote sustainability, refines design standards, and updates required open lands to reflect new open land area added to the baseline community. Development of the area is anticipated to take place over a 25 to 40 year period, achieving an estimated 85% build out by 2049. At full build out, the area is anticipated to house 18,000 to 20,000 residents living in 9,200 units, housing units, and 14,000 employees and approximately 6 to 8 million square feet of commercial space. To achieve this vision, significant upfront developer investment and risk is required. This investment is primarily focused around roadways, utilities, including both water and sewer, regional drainage, open lands, and parks. Next slide, please. Given the updated vision and recent PUD amendment, an update to the is proposed to the 2011 MGDA that would constitute the third amended and restated Managed Growth and Development Agreement. It incorporates changes to the development area, increased infrastructure, updated financial obligation, and adds a requirement for affordable housing. It spells out all of the required and eligible public improvements and estimates current costs for those improvements. In total, eligible public improvement costs are just over $790 million, including horizontal and vertical improvements, of which $391 million are for horizontal infrastructure and other public improvements consistent with Council's goals and objectives, and shown on this slide, and $398 million are for vertical development, such as structured parking. In addition, the MGDA specifies those public financing mechanisms and amounts that both provide revenue for reimbursement of the cost of eligible public improvements. These mechanisms are also shown at the bottom of the slide and include revenues from pledged revenue agreements, tax increment financing associated with urban renewal districts, and revenues from metropolitan service districts. Next slide, please. Because housing affordability is such an important component of this project, we wanted to spend just a minute outlining the plan the developer has agreed to after significant discussions with city staff and the city's Housing Advisory Committee, with whom the developer has had many meetings. The affordability plan embedded in the MGDA calls for 12.6% of the residential units to be affordable, up to a maximum of 1,059 units. 30% of these affordable units would be deed-restricted rental units at 60% of area median income, or AMI, and those would be restricted for 40 years. And 70% would be deed-restricted for sale units at 80% AMI for 30 years. Next slide, please. Based on total estimated eligible public improvement costs of $391 million, excluding structured parking, the major cost drivers, as you can see on this slide, include roads, water, and sewer, which combined total roughly $320 million of the $391 million. Next slide, please. From a use of funds or cost perspective, when structured parking is included, you can see it represents roughly half of total project infrastructure costs, with roads and travel safety making up just under one third, utilities just under 10%, and local parks and open lands at 8%. Next slide, please. As previously indicated, there are three primary sources of revenue identified for reimbursement of eligible public improvements. The first source is pledged revenues, and it's comprised of rebates of portions of the city's non-dedicated sales and use taxes generated from within North Park, a portion of the service expansion fee generated within North Park, and the lodging tax generated within North Park. The second source is tax increment, or TIF, associated with both the amended North Park Urban Renewal Plan area and the proposed baseline urban renewal area. And finally, the third source is Metropolitan Service District revenues from the area's 9 districts. Next slide, please. Shown by source a little over half of the revenue is generated by property tax increment, or TIF. About a quarter comes from the metro districts. And in addition, shown in the green box off to the right, I want to call your attention to the return ratio to the city and county of Broomfield, which is almost 3-to-1. Next slide, please. In addition to the Managed Growth and Development Agreement, or MGDA, Council is considering an amendment to the North Park Urban Renewal Area boundary, reducing it in size to the area shown in orange, while also creating a new baseline urban renewal area shown on this map in blue. The blue area is largely the undeveloped area of the site, and by amending the existing plan area boundary and creating a new one, this will allow a resetting of the TIF period for the new area. This is necessary because the original TIF period was started just before the Great Recession, and as a result, development did not occur in a scale or magnitude to generate the revenues necessary to offset public improvement costs. Next slide, please. As a part of both amending the existing urban renewal area and creating a new one, the city and borough must be compliant with House Bill 1348 of the 2015 legislature. In short and specific to this project, we have added 2 new members to the borough board who are with us this evening, and we've also negotiated TIF revenue sharing agreements with impacted taxing entities. We've accomplished both. Tonight we have 2 new borough board members seated, and we have approved tax increment revenue sharing agreements with not only the Adams 12 5-star school district, but 4 special districts as well. These agreements are included in your packet this evening and are awaiting action by borough. Next slide, please. Our last slide summarizes proposed amendments and restatements to the North Park Vested Property Rights Agreement. The current 2011 agreement is a 10-year agreement with the potential for 2 5-year extensions. The extensions were contingent upon the developer completing at least 100,000 square feet of commercial or non-residential space for each extension term. The proposed amended and restated agreement includes a base term of 10 years with 2 6-year extensions. The first extension would be contingent upon the developer completing at least 1.72 million square feet of commercial development by May of 2037, and the second extension is contingent upon completion of 2.58 million square feet of commercial space by May of 2043. Next slide, please. That concludes the staff presentation this evening. The applicant also has a presentation tonight that I believe will be led by Kyle Harris of McWinney. Thank you.
Mayor, you're muted.
I don't do that very often for that very reason. Next is the presentation by the applicant. Just as we encourage staff to keep their presentations brief, we ask the applicant to be concise as well. Will the applicant's representative please identify themselves for the record prior to beginning their brief presentation this evening?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members and new members of the borough team. My name is Kyle Harris. I am the general manager of McWinney's Baseline Project. Also with me this evening is Kim Perry with McWinney, Vice President of Community Design, and the 2 of us are going to kind of tag team through the applicant's presentation. But before we get started, just a few overarching comments. First of all, we really appreciate staff's very thorough summary of the MGDA and the URA and the vesting agreement. And so what we would like to do is sort of briefly update council and borough on certain aspects of the community, all of which are made possible by these essentially foundational agreements. And then we'd like to highlight certain components of those agreements during the latter part of the presentation. Next slide, please. So as was mentioned, 1,100 acres, 172 be dedicated for open lands. We anticipate 6 to 8 million square feet of commercial space and upwards of 9,205 residential units. Next slide. And as we've mentioned before, and we always remind ourselves, any good community has to be founded, we believe, upon guiding principles. And ours are environmental stewardship, healthy living, and innovation. This is the lens through which we view Baseline. Next slide. So this is something you guys may not have seen before. And we just wanted to give you an update that there's a lot going on at Baseline here. what you see in the sort of darker, not the most attractive color, but maybe that sort of greenish brownish looking stuff, that is existing. So it includes the data center, KB Homes, their 98 duplex residential project, Prospect Ridge Academy, and then UC Health has purchased the land that you see just off Colorado 7. And then there's another small sliver right off 160th, which is our first flex industrial building. So we sort of consider those to be existing projects. Moving to what would be the north west corner, right there at Sheridan and Highway 7, we have West Village. This is a neighborhood you have seen. So that is currently under development, under construction, going vertical. The next project, moving just across the street to East Village, actually just broke ground on this. You've seen that project as well. So we're excited to get that going. A project, another residential project that you have not seen, but which we anticipate coming to council soon, is the one just below that, the Southlands project. Then one that you have seen, I'm going to move to the bottom right-hand corner, last mile distribution facility, DDB3, that is very much under construction. But two that might be a little newer in addition to Southlands. One is 160th Creative Corridor. This is a variety of commercial space, offices, and flex industrial that we are in the master planning process on, more on that later. And then also Center Street District, our true mixed use component of the community. Next slide, please. So this is a vision of the Parklands. This is what a public-private partnership enables us to achieve. It is not going to look like this right off the bat. This is going to be layered in over time. But the good news is one of the primary features here you see sort of in the center of the screen, just a little bit to the left, the big green that we're calling it. This is anticipated to be the first phase of this park beyond what's already occurred with the drainage and the I would say landscaping, all the grading that's currently occurred in this area. Next slide, please. Residential neighbors, next slide. We think this is important because part of what Baseline is about is inclusivity, and we believe we can achieve that through a wide variety of housing types. And so we have everything from townhomes to duplexes to high density single family detached to apartments to rental townhomes to rental duplexes to affordable rental to affordable townhomes. All of these are part of the fabric of the community, which we think expands the bandwidth of folks who can actually be here. Next slide, please. Another example of what we think is innovation in our community design is this Colorado VUNERF. I think you've seen this slide before. This is a very, very expensive undertaking, but things like our public-private partnership enable these types of innovations to occur. Next slide, please. Same thing with another innovation that we are incorporating into our communities, these garden ways, these walkways, they're pedestrian, non-motorized ways to access your homes. Next slide, please. Center Street District, one more, please. So I don't honestly recall if we've had a discussion or presented this to council yet, but we were working in a pre-COVID environment, had a market study, and we're working hard on creating what this first phase or a true mixed use area of the community is going to look like. And what you see is a variety of uses centered around a green, one spine going one way, connecting the park to the future bus rapid transit station. Another one, the retail spine, going from southwest to northeast, and then a variety of uses on this space. We are striving for the Goldilocks situation. We don't want to build too much and have empty storefronts. We also don't want to build too little to where you don't have a good critical mass of uses. So COVID put this one on pause. Since that time, we have re-engaged the team. We are starting to resume overall master planning on this. And so look forward to more on this very shortly. Next slide, please. One of the critical anchors to our Center Street District is, in fact, the Adams 12 STEM School. I think most of you are familiar with this project, so I'm not going to describe what it is. What is super important, though, is that we recently took a really big step forward in, I think, bringing this project to reality. We've had extensive negotiations with Adams 12 on the URA revenue sharing agreement. And in those negotiations, we, McWinney, agreed to carve out an additional 3 mills, which we are donating to Adams 12, which we anticipate are going to be used toward this project. So I'm actually pretty optimistic the path forward to getting this thing up and operational by 2025. That path has probably been, it's probably as clear as it has ever been from a financing perspective. There have been, as Ms. Hoffman referenced earlier, a flurry of recent conversations with Broomfield and Adams 12 about the possibility of future school impacts beyond those that are currently projected. And let me be honest, we recognize that much of what we build, what we develop and create will likely have an impact upon the school district. We recognize how important education is, how critical it is in our community, and we have been striving to be good neighbors and to maintain strong relationships with Adams 12. Adams 12 completed an analysis projecting the number of students that would be generated in baseline at full build-out. This is part of an analysis conducted during last year's zoning amendment when we increased the number of residential units. The numbers of students that were forecasted, assuming full residential build out of 9,205 units, was just north of 2,000 students. But I think we all can recognize that a lot can change over our full build out period of 25 plus years. And so if it is determined that our impacts exceed that approximate 2,000 number in total students that are anticipated to be generated at baseline, then we, McWinney, are committing ourselves to further discussions with Adams 12 and Broomfield to determine how we, McWinney, will help mitigate these impacts through either cash payment or land dedication or some combination of the both of those, based, of course, upon mutual agreement amongst the 3 parties. After very recent discussions with Broomfield and Adams 12, all 3 parties would like to replace the language in section 10, that's the section on school impacts of the MGDA, with updated language, which we believe better captures this thinking. And as Ms. Hoffman indicated earlier, I think that language might be available to show at this point of the presentation. Is that correct?
It is. We'll display it now, Kyle.
Great. And how would you like, I could clearly read it, but everyone can read it as well. How would you like to walk through this?
I think that the easiest summary for all of the board members, including the school board member, is to simply call out 2 items. Language was ambiguous in the prior agreement that indicated the capacity that was originally called for and anticipated that would be covered by the STEM school was for all of baseline. So as Kyle said, McWinney recognizes that their future decisions, based on what they bring into baseline, if in fact it's multifamily housing versus a different type of housing, senior housing, 55 plus, they want to ensure the school district and Broomfield that additional conversations will be had about what that capacity looks like. So as Kyle said, you can see it's the last sentence there that indicates, in the event the foregoing dedicated parcel and school constructed thereon is insufficient to provide adequate school capacity to serve the students yielded from the property, which is the development, the developer shall dedicate an additional site within the property, provide cash in lieu of for an additional site land dedicated to, or take other measures mutually agreed upon from all 3 of us. So again, it's the existing school capacity, as Kyle said. Within 10 years, a lot can happen, and it's not just rooftops. In order for us to, again, it's that dynamic model. So we're not putting anything on the shelf with regards to, we're not going to review this for another 5 or 10 years. That simply is not the case. So from the school district's perspective, from Broomfield's perspective, Kyle took a yeoman's lift with his folks today to insert that language that they are in fact committed to identifying, if capacity is not fulfilled with the STEM school, to identify another site and or cash in lieu and or a combination of the two to make that work. Kyle, did I capture that adequately?
Did it better than I would have done. Thank you. All right, so I think we're back to the presentation and we're getting close. Thank you. So the other element that we're very excited about, the Butterfly Pavilion, another project that I believe everyone's familiar with, purposefully located within the park and proximate to the STEM school because of the relationship between the education occurring in the STEM school and the education that will be occurring in the Butterfly Pavilion. Next slide, please. All right, next slide. So this is a sneak peek of what we've been working on in this creative corridor area that I referenced earlier. This is the latest in our master planning, and what it features is 3 different product types. 1, flex industrial, 2nd is creative office, and 3rd is an opportunity for a larger office campus user. So you can see the looking down on it is the first slide up on the top. And by the way, those gray boxes reflect the possibility, should the market warrant it, of doing structured parking to enable this to occur. Then as you look below, there is one example of how this could look sort of from a 3-dimensional perspective at one build out scenario. Next slide, please. Last few slides before we get into the agreements. Next slide, please. Sustainability, hugely important at Baseline. It's one of our pillars, and we are attacking this through 5 areas: energy use, future-proofing, materials, water efficiency, and waste. And the goal of all of these is to reduce our energy consumption, reduce our water consumption, and reduce our carbon footprint. Next slide, please. You're familiar with the pollinator district, so I'll say briefly, we're implementing this in everything we do, and the goal is to increase the number of species of pollinators and increase the total number of pollinators within Baseline. Next slide. Also, by implementing the tenets of the pollinator district, we are reducing our water consumption on the project significantly. We're very proud of this. This has been run through the water models, and based upon how we are planting and growing within the community, we're looking to have a 51% reduction in water, irrigation water, relative to similar communities within the area. Next slide. All right, so at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Kim to do some highlights on some of the specific agreements. Kim, are you on? Oh, I do not hear Kim, so I guess I will do that.
She was on earlier.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me now?
There you are. Okay.
Yay, I'm back.
You saved me. I was like, oh my, I wasn't prepared for these slides, but glad you're there.
Usually, Kyle, I get to do the fun stuff, and now you get to do all the fun stuff. So I'm going to go through all this stuff really quickly. I just want to say, and I'm having a little bit of technical difficulty in seeing what the slides are. So anyway, I just want to know that, or want to share that Broomfield staff is incredibly professional and experienced. And Jennifer, you said 9 months. We actually submitted the original application 2.5 years ago. So we've been at this for a really long time. So I won't go into a lot of the details because I can't see.
Yeah.
Kyle, do you want to walk them through the highlights?
Yeah, let's do this. Kim, since I can see the slides, I'll go through them pretty quickly. And this, because it is largely a rehash of what Mr. Hall already presented, I don't know that it makes sense to go through a lot of this. We already talked about what's in the MGDA. Let's go to the next slide if we could, please.
Yeah.
This is affordable housing. The only addition that I would add to what was mentioned earlier is that we've been working with Broomfield Housing Advisory Committee for a long time. We wanted to come up with a holistic plan for affordable housing that reflected the fact that we're not an individual project. We are a full-on community that will have several projects, many projects within it. So this proposal, this component with the Managed Growth and Development Agreement does just that. And it was approved by the Broomfield Housing Advisory Committee. And I will mention that we did encumber land within our East Village neighborhood, as we said we were going to do for future affordable housing. You will see when we come before council on the Southlands, we are also looking to encumber another portion of that property to ensure that we're staying on pace with affordable housing. Next slide, please. Next slide. Kim, are you seeing this? It's the urban renewal slide, the URA. You're muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you, thank you.
All right, it's in everyone's best interest. I think John Hall said it very well earlier. So we're just trying to, position Broomfield to be competitive, in the coming future. So that's all I have on that one. And you can see on the next slide. Yep, the existing versus the new. Blue would be the new. So everybody will capitalize on the benefits from the new time clock. So next slide. Vesting agreement. Vesting is really important. This is for a long-term development. We all have to have some rules of the road that we can all rely on. So that's what the vesting is all about. Next slide. I think that's it.
That's great. And just echoing what Kim said, the negotiations have been long. Sometimes hard, but staff has always been very professional. I mean, this is version 52 of the agreement that you're seeing. If that gives you any indication of how much we've been at this, but we really appreciate the fact that Broomfield staff has really been working with us collaboratively to do what is best for Broomfield. So thank you.
Well, and it really takes a partnership. So yes. We know that.
Thank you. Thank you, Kim and Kyle. We've just come upon 8:02, and so what we'll do is we'll take a 10-minute break, and then I'll immediately go to public comment, and then I'll have comments from the Urban Renewal Authority. I mean, I presume the presentations are done. Is that right, Ms. Hoffman?
That's correct.
Okay, so why don't we take a 10-minute break because it is 8:02. We'll come back at 8:12, and we'll start with public comments and move on to borough questions. So see you in 10 minutes.
The Access Live event is in music hold.
Okay, Roger, let's go ahead and take us up. Music hold.
Music hold ended.
Okay, we are. We currently are acting as the City Council and the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority Board. We've just heard staff presentations on MGDA and the development for McWinney at Baseline. We'll now proceed with public comments. If there is anyone who would like to be heard, please press *3, state your first and last name and neighborhood for the record. And I'm not noting anybody that wants to comment this week. So now we'll go to, and this is the question period from City Council. And borough members are next. Members should limit themselves to questions during this period. The time to introduce amendments and state positions for or against the item is later. So I'm going to ask, are there any questions from council or borough members? Please raise your hand and you'll be acknowledged. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just have two questions. One of them has to do with within the, I believe this is in the MGD agreement. So it talks about that there's a, with regard to commercial and non-residential construction, there's a note about residential being allowed to count for that non-residential commercial construction as long as it's part of a mixed-use building. And I got a great answer from staff, in terms of the intent, behind that, which is to, really be pushing the mixed-use buildings. And I would just like to hear from the developer, kind of how you are planning on using that that kind of statement of kind of where are you looking to put that kind of mixed-use building that would qualify for the commercial non-residential construction?
Kyle, are you on, or do you want me to take that? Okay.
I'll take a first cut at it, and then you can answer as well. Councilmember Schaaf, where we anticipate that to be most likely to be used is really in two areas. One is within our Center Street district, which is one of the areas that I mentioned that's currently being master planned. The second one that I did not highlight, and by the way, these aren't exclusive, but this is where we think it's most likely to occur. The second area, which I didn't highlight, is if we had the picture of the baseline map up and you looked in the far northeastern corner by the mobility hub, or what we anticipate to be the future mobility hub, that's where we anticipate getting true TOD, transit-oriented development, and we anticipate that to be another area where we would have a good mix of uses and a vertical mix of uses.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect, thank you. And just to clarify, that northeast corner, that would be east of that UC Health Center block, is that correct?
That is correct.
Perfect. All right, well, I mean, I think that's, it sounds like that is a great use of that clause, to be, really encouraging the development of that center, of the Center Street district. I mean, that, I think that for this baseline development is going to be huge. So I'm glad to get that clarification from you. So thank you, Mr. Harris. The other question I have is regarding a note on page 33 of the MGDA agreement. I believe this is 8.3. There's a mention of land dedication for either a school or the Butterfly Pavilion. And when I asked staff about this, just really bluntly, is this really an either or? Because I think that up until this point, we've really talked about both of these entities being in there. And the answer that I got from staff was really the idea that the anticipation is the STEM school or STEAM school will be a vertical school, and the Butterfly Pavilion campus will encompass the rest of that acreage. And I believe it's the 20 acres of acreage for those two facilities. And so I'm just curious that, by leaving that either word in there for either the school or the Butterfly Pavilion, it gives me a little anxiety that one of those two entities might miss out, in terms of that land dedication. And can you give me some reassurance that we're really talking about both of these entities moving forward?
Councilmember Schaaf, that is correct. We are talking about both of these entities moving forward. Both are critical anchors to our Center Street District community.
And would there be any situation such as that STEAM school is not a vertical school and it's more of a traditional horizontal school? Would there be any reason that either of those two entities would not get that land dedication down the road?
I think never say never, but it's hard for me to envision. We're far enough down the path with both of those entities where I would find it very difficult to see how that would not happen. I don't mean to be evasive, but it's hard for me to envision what this scenario would be where they're not dedicated. That is certainly our intent for both of those uses.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, I would say it gives me a little bit of heartburn to have that either word in that clause. But I think that, I'm going to go with your word that, hey, this has been planned. And really, in my mind, and I think that I've gotten this from your presentations, that both of those entities are going to be crucial for this success and the identity of Baseline in the future.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Well, Mr. Harris, I thank you for the answers. And that's all the questions I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilmember Groom.
Thank you very much. Boy, I'm not quite sure if I'm worthy of asking questions to such a grand plan like this. Very many smart people, smarter than me, put together this plan. So I don't have too many. So what I do have, a couple of them have to do with the affordable housing. One of them is an association with, is the affordable housing going to be more integrated than a designated building? I think I recall from the East Village, it's a designated affordable housing facility versus integrated. You had said when we see the South, I forget it, South something, is that going to be a designated building or will it be more integrated?
Councilmember Groom, I would offer maybe two answers to that question. First of all, we believe that the affordable housing projects, a good number of them are going to be projects in and of themselves because we need to take advantage of CHAFA funding, and they fund on a project by project basis.
So it's more CHAFA. Okay.
That having been said, though, we're not clustering all of our affordable housing in a certain section of the community.
Yep.
It is in different neighborhoods, in different places, which is very intentional, so that it's not just, oh, you're in the affordable housing area. That's not the intent.
Yep. Okay, so that kind of leads into my next question, and it might be more for staff in regards to the vesting agreement. One of the things that we just did with the previous vesting agreement is we attached the affordable housing as milestones into the affordable housing milestones and not just the non-residential improvements. Is that something we could do here also? As the different phases roll out, we can attach affordable housing milestones to vesting?
Councilmember Groom, this is Jeff Romine, Mayor and members of council. So the way that the affordable housing comes in, as defined by the agreement, is it must stay within a certain ratio of all units coming in. So we didn't put housing into the vesting agreement, but the affordable housing rate is tied to the production of housing as a total. And if you recall, for some of those who read every last word of this, what you'll see was something that talked about a 20% ratio. So it can never fall off plus or minus 20% of the rate. So if, as an example, they build 1,000 units, then 126 of those units would have to be affordable. So the 20% of that would allow for anywhere of roughly 100 to 140 is where they'd have to fit. So what you get the flow of, which I think is what your concern is related to the housing production. And that's the way that we as staff have looked at it and the housing committee has looked at it. Kyle, I don't know if you want to add anything to that response.
I think you nailed it. We have to make sure that we're developing affordable housing as we are developing market rate housing.
Okay, so as those different developments come to us, we'll see affordable housing. It won't be, affordable housing will be coming at the next development, and that ratio will be coming later, right? So we should expect it as the developments come to us.
And if I can add to that, I believe we're working with staff on a mechanism for tracking where are we at any given time with the number of units of market rate housing versus the number of units of affordable housing. So we'll be able to take a snapshot at any point in time and be able to tell where we are. And we have to be plus or minus 20% that 12.6 ratio.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Oh, go ahead.
So that gets back to the question that you asked about the matrix and the measurables and how that adds to that ongoing dialogue. It's through tools like that.
Perfect. Oh, good full circle. Thank you for that. And then my last question is about the chart that says 2021 proposed infrastructure program. And it has like structured parking as 49, almost 50% of the $790 million. So almost 400,000 is structured parking. Could you, one, talk a little bit about where that structured parking is and what that's accounted for? And then I'm looking for, would that be free public parking in the future? Is that paid parking? And then what I'm really getting at is who pays the maintenance fees in this agreement? Because those bills add up, and I want to make sure that this agreement covers that.
Good questions. And let me see if I can remember them all. So I think as far as structured parking, where we anticipate that it would go would be there are probably three primary potential locations, two of which we talked about a moment ago. One would be Center Street District, because that's where we've got our vertical mixed use. The other would likely be in the transit-oriented development neighborhood, which is relative to approximate to the mobility hub. The third area, if you may recall, one of the slides we presented was on the 160th Street Creative Corridor. We're looking at the possibility of having structured parking in that area. And again, structured parking is a tool, it is a mechanism for us to be able to increase density. If we don't have access to structured parking, the recourse is seas of surface parking, which I'll be honest, that's what we're going to get initially until the market tells us and we're generating enough AV to be able to generate the revenues to afford all that structured parking that we have the possibility of creating. You had another question, I believe, about is it public?
Public or private?
Yeah, that's correct. And the only way that we can use public funds for parking is if it is for public purpose.
Right.
Okay. And so is that something that is paid parking? Will citizens pay for that parking?
I think that's to be determined, but
okay.
It would, if it's done by public entities, I think those, like a metro district or something, then the metro district would determine the usage regime for those facilities.
Okay, similar to our other one over in Arista, probably. Okay. And then do we know then who would the city then be responsible for the maintenance, Mr. Romain, or Mr. Hall? Who would own that maintenance?
So Councilmember Grimm, members of council, members of the board. So as noted, there are 9 metro districts. One of them, which is the district number 1, provides the services and builds the things and teams, and the other 8 are basically financing districts, as we pointed out. Within those districts, there's also operation and maintenance funds that are specified within each of those. So there's the bond money, effectively the capital money, and then there's the operation maintenance. For the public facilities, as Kyle's pointing out, all the parking would be a public facility paid for through that set of revenues plus others, obviously. And so therefore the operation maintenance would be associated with that and be paid for through those district funds as well as the overall MGDA. So not
Perfect.
city and county member funds directly, what is being committed into this project as a whole.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
That's all I had.
Councilmember Lim?
I have a 160th Street corridor question to start there where Councilmember Groom left off. So there's a lot of exciting uses there that I see. My mind flashes to road expansion. So do we have built into this infrastructure costs the possibility of that 160th being expanded, or is that still too nebulous to think about right now?
Councilmember Lim, yes. As we develop along 160th, it is our obligation to expand the road accordingly to accommodate that development.
Okay, thanks. So I appreciated for those of us in council, we had the opportunity to meet with staff in small groups to talk about financing mechanisms and all kinds of details about this ahead of time. So I appreciated that. When I did ask a question in that staff setting that they said I should bring to you, the applicant, given the fact that we've had some other developments in that northern area where there were promises and marketing material that residents said, were made and in different ways. And then these promises the residents claim are not being kept now. I was wondering if you could characterize what you're presenting in your marketing material. Like for example, I see lovely parks, there in your marketing material, but residents that are moving in there right now do not have those parks. Those parks are a few years down the road. So do you feel like residents who are moving in have a realistic kind of transparent picture of how this development is moving forward over a number of years?
We would say yes, we believe they do. And relative to the parks specifically, there is a hierarchy of parks within Baseline. And whereas you are correct, there are certain triggers that begin the development of the large linear park. We have pocket parks within each of our communities. And for example, the ones in West Village that is currently under construction, those pocket parks are both currently under construction. So even as residents move into these various neighborhoods, they will have access to those pocket park amenities. Same thing when we get to the phase where we're putting in the VUNR, for example, that goes in with that phase of development. And then what the Managed Growth and Development Agreement has done for some of the larger backbone parks, it shows how those are triggered over time. Now, what we have to be very careful about, let's talk about Center Street District and amenities. We believe that there will be a vibrant mix of uses there that will be a combination of hopefully some local purveyors as well as some national purveyors, because there's some really great creative national purveyors as well. The hardest thing for us to do, as I look at all of Baseline, is to get that Center Street District right. It is a greenfield development, and there's some alchemy that goes into getting the tenant mix right. If there's one area that we're going to need council's help with, as well as the best minds in retail, it is that area to get it right. And I've been very cautious about promising, oh, we're going to have all these things until I know we're going to get all these things. What we're presenting is a vision for this place, but I just want everyone on this call to recognize this is a tough that's a tough thing to deliver.
Well, and I want to say, Kyle, just reinforce West Village and what we're doing there and the connection to the regional trail and trailhead and everything that we're doing is happening right now. It's under construction. So
yeah, there are amenities available or on the verge of being available to members, to homeowners in that community.
Yep.
Okay, that's great. One last question on there was a study required from Matrix that was part of the urban renewal reconfiguration. It was the requirement. And it pointed out that the difference between the two pre-2019 study and the current study was that there was remediation that needed to take place because of spillage from tank batteries and from pipelines that were being removed. So, and it said that that was ongoing. So I was wondering if there was any possibility, or I don't know if it's confidential, if there's any possibility of characterizing how that remediation conversation is going forward. Can we anticipate that it will move quickly?
Thank you, Councilmember Lim. And I'm going to tee up Jim Nimchek if he is on the call, just in case. But my understanding is relative to remediation, these were small areas. There he is. These were small areas of spillage that were noticed when the plugged and abandoning took place of the well. So this was part of a comprehensive agreement we had done with Extraction Oil and Gas to get rid of the existing wells that were on the property. And I'm actually quite thrilled that we had that agreement because they were all plugged and abandoned. And in the process of doing that plugged and abandonment, there were certain areas of spillage. They were fairly minor, but were taken very seriously. And all those areas that were identified were remediated. I'm not sure, Jim, if there were any other areas that you are aware of, or if we anticipate other areas, but I think that gets to Councilmember Lim's question, if there are more that might be out there.
Certainly, Kyle. Jim Nimchek here, Director of Land Development, 1800 Wazee Street, Denver, Colorado. As to the council member's question, I do know that there was 2 specific events where they did find leakage from tank batteries as they were wrapping up, actually abandoning the wells. All wells, existing wells within the baseline community have now been abandoned, plugged and abandoned. So there's no operating facilities within those. They were minor spills, soil staining, et cetera, that they did trace all the way to clean groundwater and remove and abandon within the criteria that the state requires for those activities. So I think you covered most of it, Kyle.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. And I do have like 3 questions here, and I just want to note that represent Anthem Highlands residents right on the edge of this development, and their like 3 top concerns I hear about are traffic and the school and sustainability. I'm going to address all 3 of those. So the transportation, maybe I'm just reading this master agreement wrong, but on 160th, the blight report, or the report about the blight indicated that there's already congestion on 160th, and then this agreement seems to indicate that 160th is okay at this point in time. And maybe I'm reading that wrong, but do you foresee 160th being some type of improvements occurring there over the next few years? That's not way down the road, right?
The improvements that we anticipate to 160th are most likely going to be triggered by, I would say, any number of events, but most likely it would be the Southlands project that we had mentioned, that residential piece sort of at the bottom. And then also, I should mention, we are breaking ground, if we haven't already, on a 2nd flex industrial building and a 3rd flex industrial building in that area, all of those combine to trigger a portion of upsizing, if you will, or widening of 160th. And the intent is that as development continues, and we anticipate it would continue to the east, as that development continues, so too does the widening of 160th to accommodate that development. And we are not looking at this being like 5 years down the road.
So more near term.
That is correct.
All right, I think I just wasn't reading the chart correctly. I think it was like B1 or something. Okay, that is great. And I see a lot of improvements. I mean, Sheridan, seeing that road widened ahead of time was very, very beneficial to our community up here. Okay, so regarding the school, I just want to say I appreciate that amended language because I was confused by the second half of that. So that is, I appreciate all the work that's gone into that agreement. And then sustainability. This one comes up a lot. And I just want to note, I have a constituent who actually had emailed in a couple of questions. One of them was regarding the electric charging stations for the public amenities at the parks, the parking garages, strategically on road parking. What are the thoughts on the electrical vehicle charging stations throughout the public areas?
That is a good question, Councilman Anderson, and we are working with Nelson Nygaard, our traffic consultants, to determine where the best location is of those charging stations. I think with projects that have come through council at baseline thus far, to my knowledge, all of them have had some component of EV charging. What we're looking into is the possibility of larger quick charging stations that would be located possibly, well, we have to figure out strategically where they need to be. Ideally, it's quick charging, but it's not instantaneous. It's where somebody would go charge their car or vehicle and then go in and grab a coffee or do just a little bit of shopping and be able to come back. So that's part of our thinking as to where those would go. I think the honest way to answer your question is it is a priority for us, and it is part of the overall design of our Center Street district and will be the design of other public areas going forward.
That is very helpful. And if you can work a level 3 charging station, like they're very quick charging, rapid chargers in, one or two of those, that would be thoroughly amazing for EV drivers. And then and this is getting really in the weeds here, the recycling. Is there a plan for throughout the public, I guess would be the Metro District maintained areas, is there plans to have public recycling available?
I'm hesitant because I don't think I know the answer to that right now. We've got recycling that is accommodated through our HOAs for residents. I don't know that we've asked the idea about sort of public recycling. So that's an interesting question that we'll have to look into. I will tell you another thing that we are trying to get, but we just don't have the critical mass yet, and that's composting to be offered throughout the community.
Okay, that would be great, and then just look forward to future thoughts on that. It's kind of way beyond the conversation for tonight, and that is all my questions. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from City Council or Urban Renewal Board members? So I'll go ahead and I will declare the public hearing closed.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, Board Member Nielsen, yes.
Yes. You never touched on the UC Health area. Is that out of your responsibility? I mean, the sign was up for a few years. The sign went down. There's nothing, as Councilmember Anderson and I both live in that area. Is there anything you can say about that property? It was a welcome site, but it disappeared.
Board Member Nielsen, we could not agree with you more, and have regular conversations with UC Health to understand when they intend to develop that site. And as best we can tell, we're not exactly number one on the priority list. We're at least on the list. We're just not at the top of it. And what we have been told by UC Health is that they have largely held onto that property as a land banking exercise, and they've been waiting for things to fill in. Good news is things are filling in. So I wish I had a more satisfactory answer. I can say, hey, yeah, they're master planning and this is what it's going to look like. We do talk with them regularly, though, because the drainage area goes right through and bisects their property. But I still think we're a few years out for anything definitive from UC Health.
Councilmember Nielsen, Board Member Nielsen, if I may, we have frequent conversations with UC Health because of the Broomfield Hospital and the potential in Arista. So we've had conversations regarding that 66 acres as even within the last week. So it is on their scope. We are excited that they are even continuing to entertain conversations that it is on their scope. So as Kyle said, as it fills in, but both of us from the city side as well as from the developer side continue to work hand in hand with UC Health. It's a really important spot for us up there.
Thank you.
Okay, Board Member Mitchell.
Good evening. Thank you. Just not as quick on that raise your hand, maybe, as some of you well-practiced individuals.
It's essential for the city council.
Apparently, got to be fast. So anyway, I just want to express my appreciation and the district's appreciation for the work that went into today to turn around the amendment and get that all to everyone's satisfaction. I know that was quite a large effort on everyone's part. So, and I'm glad that we were able to work through that and clarify that wording, because I do think we added a lot of value and a lot of comfort, I think, to both the district and the community that will read that and know where we're going in the future. I also just want to say I've followed this little huge piece of land ever since we've moved to Broomfield, and you're watching what's happening to your community. And, you know, it was really sad to see, you know, the economic fallout and how that impacted the ability to develop this and bring this to our community and add a lot of really great features. And as a parent of a high school student, I was pretty excited about that opportunity. And unfortunately, it's not going to happen in time for my children to take advantage of it. But one of the things that I think is just super exciting about the STEM school model is when people think about STEM and STEAM, it always goes to robotics and computers and high tech. And I haven't done a survey across the country. Perhaps McWhinney or MindSpark has done that, but to bring in a life science at that level and have that opportunity for our kids, I think is a huge add to, you know, what we can open up to our community and our district in allowing kids to really get in and see life science. And for my daughter, she's very good in math and science, but, you know, everybody's like, put her in robotics. And, you know, there just aren't after school programs that target that. So I just, you know, I really hope we are able to bring this to the full vision. And I believe the district will work very, very hard to make this happen and bring this to our community, because I do think it's something that's really unique. And I don't think there's very many models across the country that can bring that to kids, particularly PK through 12. So I appreciate the vision and the work that's gone into this so far. And I look forward to working with our community and our city and the developer to bring this, make it happen.
Thank you, Board Member Mitchell. Any other questions or comments from the board or city council? I will go ahead and declare the public hearing closed. You know, Board Member Mitchell, I told the Mayor Pro Tem who's helped me do resolutions tonight, because this got a lot of tricky stuff. I will make a mention of the fact that having talked to Jennifer a couple times today and hearing what went on, the whole concept, I think, what the legislature wanted the school districts and special districts to have a seat at the table. I think we proved it out today, which is also why we're breaking our rule of no on-the-fly amendments. But Mayor Pro Tem Castrell explained that that's not the case here. So I'm going to go ahead and start the motions in place here. The first item is an intergovernmental agreement and therefore requires 2/3 approval of council. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2021-66 by title?
Resolution number 2021-66, authorizing and approving the third North Park PUD amended and restated managed growth and development agreement by and between McWhinney CCOB Land Investments, LLC, McWhinney Real Estate Services, Inc., Baseline Metropolitan District numbers 1 through 9, the City and County of Broomfield, and the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that resolution number 2021-66 be adopted by City Council.
Councilmember Hinkle.
Second.
Okay, and I'm gonna, like you said, I'm gonna break the rules I set last week, and I'm gonna call upon Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Castriotto.
Thank you, Mayor. I will preface this only because it's been vetted with the developer and all stakeholders. I move to amend section 10 on page 38 of the MGDA to replace the existing paragraph with the following language shown upon the screen.
Okay. Councilmember Anderson.
I'll second that.
Okay, so now we're going to have councilmember comments or discussion on the amendment. This is on the amendment to section 10 as shown on the screen. This always becomes awkward because I'm having trouble seeing. Is there any discussion among council members on the amendment? Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm really happy to see this amendment come forward. This was a concern of mine that the language concerning the separate school site was a little loose and there needed some clarifying language. So I think that while some of the exact metrics aren't necessarily included here, this moves it down in a lot more certainty toward the future. So I think this is a good compromise from all parties. And I thank staff, the developer and the district for working on this. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and wait because we've got quite a few to go to and have the clerk call the roll. And this is on the amendment and this is for council members only and it requires 2/3.
Jaworski.
Yes.
Law Evans.
Yes.
Lim.
Yes.
Lindstedt.
Yes.
Schaaf.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Castriota.
Yes.
Broom.
Yes.
Hinkle.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. So now we'll go back to the motion as amended. I'm trying to follow it. So is there any discussion now on the motion as amended? Will the clerk please call the roll for City Council? Please note the borough members will not vote on this item.
Law Evans.
Yes.
Lim.
Yes.
Lindstedt. Schaaf.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Castriota.
Yes.
Broom.
Yes.
Hinkle.
Yes.
Jaworski.
Yes.
Okay, it passes unanimously. And I'll just point we'll go through that same process with the Urban Renewal Board in a couple motions. So we're going to move now to Council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2021-67. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2021-67 by title?
Resolution number 2021-67, approving a substantial modification of the urban renewal plan for the North Park Urban Renewal Area by reducing the boundaries of the urban renewal area.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that resolution number 2021-67 be adopted by City Council.
Is there a second? Councilmember Hinkle.
Second.
Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Schaaf,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Castriata,
Yes.
Broom,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezierski,
Yes.
Law Evans.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. So we'll go to consideration of proposed resolution number 2021-68, which once again is council only. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2021-68 by title?
Resolution number 2021-68, making certain legislative findings and approving the urban renewal plan for the baseline urban renewal area.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that resolution number 2021-68 be adopted by City Council.
Councilmember Hinkle.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Okay, and once again, this is City Council only. Will the clerk please call the roll for City Council?
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Schaaf,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Castriata,
Yes.
Broom,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezierski,
Yeah.
Law Evans,
Yes.
Lim.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. So now we're going to move to council's consideration of proposed ordinance number 2121 on first reading. Will the clerk please read proposed ordinance number 2121 by title?
Ordinance number 2121, authorizing and approving the amended and restated vesting agreement -21 for North Park PUD and certain sections of the North Park Development Agreement -21 as site-specific development plans with extended vested property rights pursuant to 24-68-1042 CRS and Chapter 16-40 BMC.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that ordinance number 2121 be adopted by City Council on first reading and ordered published in full, that a public hearing and second reading of the ordinance be held virtually on April 27th, 2021 at 6 p.m. as allowed by City Council procedures and rules of order.
Councilmember Hinkle.
Second.
Any discussion? So I'll go ahead and have the clerk, who's, by the way, doing a fantastic job, please call the roll. And this is not borough members, so.
Schaaf,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Castriata,
Yes.
Broom,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezierski,
Yes.
Law Evans,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. So that concludes the 4 items that council votes on. Next is Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority's consideration of 6 proposed resolutions. We will continue with the same process while including our 2 additional members in the roll call vote. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution 2021-69-UR by title?
Resolution number 2021-69-UR, authorizing and approving the third North Park PUD amended and restated management growth and development agreement by and between McWinney CCOB Land Investments LLC, McWinney Real Estate Services, Inc., Baseline Metropolitan District numbers 1 through 9, the City and County of Broomfield, and the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that resolution number 2021-69-UR be adopted.
Is there a second? Board Member Henkel, I guess we're bored now.
Second.
Okay, I'm going to call upon the Board Member Castriota again.
Thank you again, Mayor. I move to amend Section 10 on page 38 of the MGDA to replace the existing paragraph with the following language shown upon the screen.
Okay, Councilmember Henkel,
Second.
is there any discussion of this discussion is by all urban renewal members or board members on the amendment? Will the clerk please call the roll?
Anderson,
Yes.
Castriota,
Yes.
Broom,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezierski,
Yes.
Law Evans,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Nielsen,
Yes.
Schaff.
Yes. The amendment passes unanimously, so we'll now return to the 2021-69-UR as amended. Is there any further discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll for Borough?
Castriota,
Yes.
Broom,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezierski,
Yes.
Law Evans,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Nielsen,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
It passes unanimously, so now we'll move on to proposed resolution number 2021-70-UR. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2021-70-UR by title?
My apologies again. Resolution number 2021-70-UR, authorizing and approving a property tax increment revenue agreement by and between Adams 12 5-star School District and the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that resolution number 2021-70-UR be adopted.
Board Member Henkel,
Second.
is there any discussion? So will the clerk please call the roll?
Broom,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezierski,
Yes.
Law Evans,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Nielsen,
Yes.
Schaff,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Castriota.
Yes.
It passes unanimously, so now we'll move on to the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority's consideration of proposed resolution number 2021-71-UR. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2021-71-UR by title?
Resolution number 2021-71-UR, authorizing and approving a property tax increment revenue agreement by and between School District 27J and the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority.
Board Member Castriota.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that resolution number 2021-71-UR be adopted by Borough.
Councilmember or Board Member Hinkle.
Second.
Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll for Borough?
Hinkle.
Yes.
Kuczynski.
Yes.
Law Evans.
Yes.
Lim.
Yes.
Lindstedt.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Nielsen.
Yes.
Schaff.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Castriata.
Yes.
Broom.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. So next is our consideration of 2021-72-URR, meaning the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority's consideration. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2021-72-UR by title?
Resolution number 2021-72-UR, authorizing and approving a property tax increment revenue agreement by and between North Metro Fire Rescue District and the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority.
Mayor Pro Tem, or Board Member Castriata.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that resolution number 2021-72-UR be adopted by Borough.
Board Member Hinkle.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll for Borough?
Kuczynski.
Yes.
Law Evans.
Yes.
Lim.
Yes.
Lindstedt.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Nielsen.
Yes.
Schaff.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Castriata.
Yes.
Broom.
Yeah.
Hinkle.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. Next is the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority's consideration of proposed resolution number 2021-73-UR. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2021-73-UR by title?
Resolution number 2021-73-UR, authorizing and approving a property tax increment revenue agreement by and between Mile High Flood District and the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority.
Board Member Castriata.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that resolution number 2021-73-UR be adopted by Borough.
Board Member Hinkle.
Second.
Is there any discussion by Borough? Will the clerk please call the roll for Borough?
Law Evans.
Yes.
Lim.
Yes.
Lindstedt.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Nielsen.
Yes.
Schaff.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Castriata.
Yes.
Broom.
Yes.
Hinkle.
Yes.
Kuczynski.
Yes.
It passes unanimously, so let's move to the last resolution for the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority's consideration, which is proposed resolution number 2021-74-UR. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2021-74-UR by title?
Resolution number 2021-74-UR, authorizing and approving a property tax increment revenue agreement by and between Baseline Metropolitan Districts numbers 1 through 9 and the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority.
Board Member Castriata.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that resolution number 2021-74-UR be adopted by Borough.
Board Member Hinkle.
Second.
Any discussion? Will the clerk please call the roll for Borough?
Lim.
Yes.
Lindstedt.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Nielsen.
Yes.
Schaff.
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Castriata,
Yes.
Broom,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jaworski,
Yes.
Law Evans.
Yes.
It passes unanimously, and that closes out the MGDA discussion. I do want to make a comment because we're still not done with Borough. We've got another item for Borough, but I did want to make a special comment, and I want to bring out. I want to mention Danae Brouillard, who worked with our legal staff. Our scripts are very important to those who don't know. I mean, while I appear to look really smart, I'm not. It's because Danae and others are working very hard to pull these scripts together. So Danae, I just wanted to say that there was special effort on this, and there were a lot of unusual things. I'll say to the new board members, every Tuesday night we seem to put a new wrinkle on it. I would say this was an unusual night. It probably isn't, but we made it through, and I do want to thank staff for their efforts. I want to thank McWhinney for their quick actions, and then particularly board member Mitchell for raising things that needed to be raised. And so I guess I'm just going to say I'm proud of the process on behalf of all of us. So let's go ahead and move on and then congratulations to McWhinney.
Thank you.
Okay. So let's go ahead and move on to our next item under council business, which is the public hearing and council's consideration proposed resolution number 2021-64, approving the use by special review for the old lumberyard. This item also includes proposed resolution 2020-65-UR on the same topic needing review by the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority. For the purpose of coordination and the interest of time, the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority was already convened, and we will review both resolutions concurrently. I would also note that we will be consolidating the public comments period into one public comment period for both items. I will now declare the public hearing open. We will follow the standard public hearing procedures as previously outlined. Council and Borough have a copy of the agenda memorandum, which staff will summarize.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Anna Burton-Zetti, Director of Planning, will walk us through this next item. Thank you. Anna.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, board members. If we could have the next slide, please. This application is for consideration of an amendment to a previously approved use by special review and urban renewal site plan for a property located at 7905 West 120th Avenue. The property is located in the original Broomfield neighborhood, and it's located at the northeast corner of West 120th and Emerald Lane. The parcel is located adjacent to commercial properties to the north and to the east, and residential properties are adjacent on the south and west. It is zoned B2, and it is currently used as a landscape supply business for which a use by special review and an urban renewal site plan had been previously approved. Next slide, please. The original use by special review and urban renewal site plan, or URSP, for this site was approved in 2013, and the approval included a 3,500 square foot office building, a 7,000 square foot office flex, a pole barn, and a garage. The original plans additionally outlined areas on the site which were intended to be used for storage of vehicles and equipment for the associated business, and the established landscape setbacks, or what they called clear zones, along the northwest property lines. The established clear zones were intended to provide a buffer to the adjacent residential uses, which I mentioned are to the west. Next slide, please. The current proposal is for an amendment to that previously approved use by special review and URSP, and the amendment would allow the storage of materials, equipment, or vehicles within the previously established clear zones along the northwest property lines. Landscaping would be installed along the northwest and southwest property lines to provide additional screening to the adjacent residences consistent with the previously approved URSP. The applicant has previously considered also revising the 20-foot clear zone along the southwest property line, which is adjacent to the residence at 7997 Emerald. However, based on conditions from the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting and its recommendation, this is no longer a part of the proposal. The applicant is interested in leasing the property to an additional tenant and has found that the current clear zones and setbacks have reduced the usable area of the lot by nearly 20,000 square feet. The applicant has verified that the use of the additional tenant of the parcel will be consistent with the permitted uses within the B2 district and the use by special review. The proposed amendment includes a variance from the B2 standards within the municipal code. The code requires that B2 zone parcels located across the street from a residential district include a landscape buffer that's not less than 25 feet in width. The applicant would like to request a variance to reduce this landscape buffer to 10 feet to allow the storage of equipment and vehicles within that clear zone as shown on the screen. Next slide, please. This image shown on the screen provides an image of the existing fence along the west side, and it also shows the general location for that fence. The fence doesn't exactly follow the red line since there is a revocable permit that squares off the small jog along the west property line. Next slide, please. The applicant has revised the plans to meet both of the conditions previously recommended as part of the Planning and Zoning Commission's action in March of this year. A neighborhood meeting was held by the applicant in January of this year, and 12 residents attended the meeting. A summary of the comments were provided in the staff memorandum. 2 residents have provided written comment following the meeting, which was also included with the memorandum. One neighboring property owner had requested the applicant replace the existing 8-foot fence along Emerald Street to provide, prior to utilizing, the clear zone for storage. And the applicant is still considering this request, but has stated that the fence is well maintained and provided the images which we previously showed, showing the fence is standing in good condition. The requested variance from the established side yard area requirements was identified as the lone key issue of staff as part of the staff memorandum. And this concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is also here this evening and has a brief presentation as well.
Okay, so let's go with the applicant's presentation. Just as we encourage staff to keep their presentations brief, I'm going to ask the applicant to be concise in their presentation. Will the applicant's representative please identify themselves for the record prior to beginning their brief presentation this evening?
Yes, good evening. Thank you. My name is Teresa Riddell, and my husband and I are the current owners of the old lumber yard, the old bank. This location has been in effect for at least 100 years. And when we purchased this in August of 2018, we hit the ground running with making improvements within the yard along the perimeter of the yard, the rail yard, where the railroad is, the lines are. And when the people that we bought it from had leased back the property from us, and then in a year ago in December, they had to move out. So in doing so, it allowed us the opportunity to clean up what was left behind by their previous tenants. And then we moved into the old bank building and decided to lease out the larger warehouse. We have found now that a lot of the candidates that have wanted to lease this property not only wanted to lease the warehouse, but the yard as well. And with the previous USR that was issued in June of 2013, it created some issues that at the time that this was presented, there was a tenant in there that was creating some havoc with the neighbors around there. So the fence that you will see on this slide here, the west exterior fence, that fence is maintained by the HOA of the housing community to the west of us. And we want to make sure that they understand, and we are in complete agreement with them, that this will always look good and be maintained in the best order. If you go down to the picture on the left-hand side on the bottom there is parking there, and there's also a gate where that bottom arrow is that allows access into the property. We rarely use that, but we would like to have the setback to allow for 10 foot along the, can we go to the next slide, please? the 10-foot along that sloping western fence, as you can see that the ground slopes down. So you can't just look down in there, and that there is some landscaping there already. So we have cleaned it up and made some, a lot of improvements to, like I said, for the inside and the outside. What we'd like to do is regain the use of that land. The property, if you would look in the next slide, please. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so where the yellow line is, that is what we have a quarter of an acre of land that we have lost the ability to use because of the setback from 2013. And we would like to regain the land for use, and then the property with the red dotted line to the south to have maintained that no existing or the no parking existing 20-foot barrier to allow them some privacy, and so that we don't disturb them. We love the neighborhood, we love the people that are around there, and we want to be good neighbors, but we would also like to utilize the land that we purchased in 2018. We have a realtor, I'm not sure if he was able to stay on, that has candidates that would want to lease and bring different types of businesses, light manufacturing, into this community here, into this property here as it is zoned for B2, and they would comply. And I would like to bring him on and let you know that the interest is there. So, and if you can see also to the right side or the east portion of this property, it's a very oddly shaped property. We are right next to the Grange Hall, and we're our construction. We are a construction company, not a landscape supply company, but all of our equipment has been kind of crammed over to the right-hand side where the Grange Hall is. So that area over there does not always allow us the opportunity to move around. So there you go. Any questions?
That concludes your presentation.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said, does that include the applicant's presentation then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go to public comments next. If there's anyone who would like to be heard, please press *3, state your first and last name and neighborhood for the record. I'm not noting anybody in the queue, and so we'll move on to council and authority questions. Are there any questions from city council and authority members? Limit your comments during this part. This is for questions only. Limit your comments to your time, and we'll have amendments if needed later on, and state your positions later on. So I'll go with Councilmember Anderson or Board Member Anderson.
Thank you. I had to email the question to CMO crew, and Anna had answered this question. And I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask this. And also, I'm not sure if others have the same concern, but she did note that at this time there are no restrictions included on the proposed vehicles or materials that could be stored within that area. And I would like to give consideration if others are so inclined to limit storage of something like manure or oversized vehicles, if others are amenable to that. So I guess that's not even a question, that's just a comment. I'm not sure what I'm, that's
no, I appreciate what you're saying, because whoever we bring in as a tenant, we also bring in as a neighbor. And we love the neighborhood that we're in, we love the neighbors. We don't want to have to deal with a tenant that's going to be troublesome, because then we would have to be in a position to have to get rid of them. So we want good neighbors for our neighbors. And when you have landscape materials, we don't know at this point. We have candidates that want to come in there, and we haven't been able to say, yes, we can utilize this property until we got to this point in the process.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just had one question. I should have asked this earlier, and it came to me during the middle of your presentation. Would this change increase the use of that gate on Emerald there on the west side of the property? I know right now you don't really utilize that gate, but would this change increase that usage?
No, not much, not much. Probably as we have people, let me get my husband in. He is the one that has the construction company. Okay. But right now we don't use it very often. We want to minimize any noise that we have going down that street.
And if I may, can you guys hear me? This is Connor Donahue. I'm their commercial real estate broker. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Connor.
So to answer your, yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. To answer your direct question, I don't think the setback itself would minimize or maximize the use of that gate. I think no matter what tenant that comes in there would utilize that gate just the same amount, whether that 10-foot setback is there or whether it's 25 feet.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I if you could do anything to direct your tenant to use the main gate, you know, it's kind of a private road at the Habitat housing there where they use that for parking a lot, and I don't know, I know that area very well. So
yeah, yeah, we haven't had to address that. We haven't had many inquiries to use that side gate whatsoever. I just meant that I don't think the distance for the setback would affect that much, but for the most part, most tenants that have inquired have talked about using the main gate through the main parking lot.
All right, I appreciate the answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So the Planning and Zoning Commission approved this plan 7-0 with conditions. And it seems like those conditions have been included as part of this proposal before us tonight. Is that correct, staff?
Thank you, Councilmember Schaaf. Yes, that is correct. They have addressed the conditions that Planning and Zoning Commission recommended.
Perfect. Well, you know, thanks to Planning and Zoning for those recommendations. I think it really strengthened this plan. The other question I have is with the neighboring residents' concerns about the need to replace the fence along Emerald Street, the applicant has provided pictures indicating this fence is in good condition. Is this opinion shared by the opinion of the applicant shared by and confirmed by staff that that fence is in good condition?
Councilmember Schaaf, we do agree that currently it's in good condition. If there was ever a concern regarding it becoming in disrepair, we would certainly involve our code compliance division and seek compliance and maintenance of the fence in the future.
Great, thank you. That was my last question. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Anderson, did you want to speak again?
Yes, so I actually do have a question. So my question would be for Ms. Riddell. If we were to put a restriction on the materials to eliminate those odorous materials or to prevent the storage of large vehicles like semi-trucks next to that fence, would that be objectionable to you in any way?
Well, what we do as a landscape company, site development, they deliver materials sometimes, and it's not necessarily manure, odorous materials, but we have materials that they would use for installation, for example, in parks, schools, streetscapes. That's the type of work that this company does. In fact, we've done work with the city of Broomfield. So it's for storage. It's not for resale. It's you know, we have sometimes have landscape material that we have there, but it's not, we don't want manure because then we have to deal with the smell as well. So yes, there is on occasion landscape materials that is brought in, but it will be taken out of there. So no manure.
Okay, and then is there any anticipation of storing large oversized vehicles next to that fence? Is there any objection to like a height?
No, not to the next to the fence, no.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I was thinking about the role that I'd given last week about no amendments on the fly, and then we're talking about manure. It seemed kind of funny. So, anyway, I am concerned about doing amendments on the fly. I guess I'll make that known. Any other comments from council? I will then close the public hearing. Next is council's consideration of proposed resolution number 2021-64. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2021-64 by title?
Resolution number 2021-64, authorizing and approving the use by special review amendment number 1 for unplatted 7905 West 120th Avenue, Old Lumberyard.
Is there a motion? Is there a motion? Board member, or no, actually, Mayor Pro Tem Castriotto.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't want to be the ball hog, but it should be. I move that resolution number 2021-64 be adopted.
Board member or council member Groen.
Sure. Sorry, I was trying to get to my hand so I could do it too. It's second. You had already read it. Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion on Councilmember Anderson?
Thank you. And I appreciate your concern about amendments on the fly. And I would just like to know if anyone else has a concern about the materials that could be stored there. And if not, I will just pass on the amendment. I just thought that
Councilmember Lindstedt.
it could be stored there. Thank you.
I'll just say that, this area has a train yard behind it and loading facilities from semi trucks on the other side next to the industrial buildings there. And compost bins from the Grange, and it's a different neighborhood. There's a lot of uses in this neighborhood. So if the residents haven't brought those concerns forward, I don't share those concerns. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to. Will the clerk please call the roll on resolution number 2021-64 for council?
Lindstedt,
Yes.
Schaaf,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Castriota,
Yes.
Groom,
Yes.
Hinkle, Jezierski,
Yes.
Law Evans,
Yes.
Lim.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. So let's go to the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority's consideration of proposed resolution number 2021-65-UR. Will the clerk please read proposed resolution number 2021-65-UR by title?
Resolution number 2021-65-UR, approving the urban renewal site plan amendment number 1 for unplatted 7905 West 120th Avenue, Old Lumberyard.
Is there a motion? Board member Groom.
I move that resolution number 2021-65-UR be adopted.
Board member Henkel.
Second.
Is there any discussion by borough members? I'm going to go ahead and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Nielsen,
Yes.
Schaaf,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Castriota,
Yes.
Groom,
Yes.
Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezierski,
Yes.
Law Evans,
Yes.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt.
Yes.
It passes unanimously. Council reviewed items 11C, and congratulations to the applicant. The council reviewed items 11C, 11D, and 11E earlier this evening, concluding council's review of business items. This also concludes the items for the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority, and therefore the meeting of the Broomfield Urban Renewal Authority is adjourned. I would like to take a moment to thank our two new borough members, to say the least, Ms. Mitchell and Mr. Nielsen. Thank you for participating tonight, and we look forward to seeing you in the future. So let's go ahead and move on to the city and county attorney's report. Ms. Rogers, do you have a report?
No report, Mr. Mayor.
Let's go to the city and county manager's report. Ms. Hoppen, do you have a report?
No, I do not.
I guess that's
But
why.
Danae does.
Yeah, I guess that's why Danae turned on her deal. So let's go to the legislative update. Ms. Hoppen, do you have an update?
Ms. Brouillard does. Danae?
Hey, yeah. Good evening, Danae Brouillard, City Manager's Office. Tonight, I wanted to provide just a quick update on the legislative session. We did have our first debrief meeting last Friday, and there was a variety of conversations and bills that we discussed, and several of you were able to join. And I just want to remind everybody we will continue to do those every Friday at 11. The connection details are on the council calendar. Otherwise, we are over the halfway point of the 120-day session. As of today, 549 bills have been introduced, which is 26 more since last week's update on Tuesday. We wanted to provide just again a brief update on the bills we are monitoring that align with council priorities, the approved legislative policy statements, and membership organizations. I just want to remind council before I do this presentation that, as always, this is not meant to be all inclusive of all of the bills currently being tracked in the Broomfield Matrix. And instead, we're just focusing on specific bills. If there are ones specifically that we have missed, please email me and we can add them and then discuss them during that extra time on Friday. So with that, we'll start with the slideshow presentation. Next slide, please. The first items I wanted to talk about were just some budget updates. We talked about Senate Bill 205, which is the 2021-2022 long bill. It was introduced on April 5th in the Senate. It's passed through. There were several amendments that were passed by both parties. And some of those amendments tied to council priorities, which were interesting. They included additional funding for affordable housing and funding for equity officers in the school districts. It is currently in the House. There was a lot of action today as it was amended and referred out of appropriations to the Committee of the Whole, and it's scheduled for this Thursday. So we'll be monitoring that and continue to provide council updates in the weekly updates that we send out on Friday. In addition, the Colorado Recovery Plan, the 2021 stimulus plan, I just wanted to bring this to council's attention this evening. There are 5 goals that focuses on. It's strengthening small businesses, revitalizing infrastructure, supporting Colorado families, investing in rural Colorado, and developing our workforce. Right now, we'll see the first round of bills that have been introduced that spend that money, and we just wanted to highlight some of the ones that align with council priorities. One was seed funds for a program that would incentivize local governments to adopt policies from a menu of time-tested options to further affordable housing. It's estimated at 8 to 10 million. Additionally, there's funds for local governments to provide hotels or housing for homeless populations, a mental health hotline for the unemployed and for the youth. And then they're also looking at renew grants for local governments to invest in sustainable energy. And this includes EV stations and solar, etc. So just wanted to put that on your radar. We are continuing to track as they continue to introduce bills under that recovery plan. Moving on to the next slide, please. We'll talk about housing bills. Senate Bill 21-173, which is the rights and residential lease agreements. We discussed this a little bit last week. Councilmember Tessier had put this on council's radar. Essentially, it provides protections for tenants related to late fees. It allows negotiations to happen between the tenant and the landlord all the way up until the point where a judgment is issued by the court. It did pass the Senate today on second reading with amendments. The amendment language wasn't available when I was preparing this, so we'll continue to monitor and provide updates as we hear more. Additionally, House Bill 21-1271, which is the Department of Local Affairs Innovative Affordable Housing Strategies. This is a new bill that just dropped yesterday, It's been referred to the Transportation and Local Government Committee and is scheduled for April 20th. CCAT is currently monitoring this with a recommendation to amend. They're working on providing some feedback right now, but essentially this bill establishes incentives to promote and provide affordable housing projects through a one-time stimulus of approximately $10 million to $12 million over a 3-year period. So that's one, again, that just was introduced that we'll continue to track. There's a lot of conversation about the local control on that and how that money would be allocated. So we'll continue to monitor and provide updates. Next slide, please. The next item under DEAI is the House Bill 21-1075, which replaces the term illegal alien. And Councilmember Lim brought this up on Friday, so we just wanted to provide a brief update. It did pass, and essentially it replaces the term illegal alien with worker without authorization in all public contracts for services, which, as many of you are aware, currently our contracts use the word illegal alien. We have 90 days from when the General Assembly recesses for the year to implement this. We met with legal earlier this week and discussed kind of that timeline, and we will work quickly and swiftly to get that updated in our documents. It is still waiting the governor's signature as of today, but we anticipate that happening. Next slide, please. The next item is sustainability bills. 3 items we wanted to bring to your attention. The first one is Senate Bill 21-200, which reduces the greenhouse gases, increases environmental justice. This is one that Councilmember Lim brought to our attention. It aligns with Council's adopted GHG goals approved in Resolution 2021-69. Right now, CC4CA is conditionally supporting and CCAT is monitoring. There are some concerns about amendments, but we are still trying to work through that. It's scheduled for its first hearing on April 20th with the Senate Transportation and Energy Committee, and we will continue to monitor and provide updates as well. House Bill 21-1162, Management of Plastic Products. This came up on Friday, as well as Councilmember Schaaf emailed Council and staff about this bill specifically. Essentially, the goal of this bill is to phase out single-use plastic carryout bags and expanded the food containers. There are some amendments that have come out, but the language was not available. And so there's some concerns about the local government being taken out of this bill language. So we are continually monitoring it. Currently, CC4CA supports it. It is parked in appropriations. And to Councilmember Schaaf's request, it currently aligns with council priorities. So those priorities were pre-approved by more than 2/3 of council earlier this year. So staff will continue to support and take action and keep council updated unless it falls out of alignment with our priorities. So at this time, no further action is needed by council. Staff will continue to support and monitor. House Bill 21-1189, which is regulate air toxics. It adds a new requirement for certain stationary sources of hazardous air pollutants, including monitoring, community outreach, and corrective action. Again, just wanted to let council know we are tracking this. It is being led and supported by CC4CA, and it is scheduled for April 19th in the House Finance Committee. Next slide, please. Under transportation, a brief update as Sarah Grant, Transportation Manager, was able to provide a more comprehensive update last week. We're still waiting on the bill language for the transportation bill. We anticipate it sometime this week or next week, and we'll continue to monitor and update as soon as we learn more. I did want to bring to council's attention Senate Bill 21-228 that was just introduced on the 9th. It creates the Front Range Passenger Rail District, and I know earlier in the meeting, Mayor Quinn mentioned this, and so we are tracking it. It is to develop the rail district for the purpose of planning, designing, and developing. It is required to work collaboratively with RTD and any of the other regional transportation systems. And you'll see on the slide, we did put the sponsors on it as it's a pretty impressive sponsorship list. So we'll continue to monitor that. As of now, it is not currently scheduled in a committee for the Senate. Next slide. And then to round up the presentation, just a couple additional bills. First one, Senate Bill 62, the Jail Population Management Tool. We just wanted to provide an update. It seems that some emails are still circulating around from the bill sponsors, but as of right now, there are no new amendments being shared. It is still parked in appropriations and seems to be stalled out. We're not sure what the path forward is, but it's kind of come down to a very clear bond reform needs to be included in this. The sponsors are deciding whether or not they want to negotiate or if it's an all or nothing bill. So we are continuing to monitor, but again, not scheduled and no movement at this time. House Bill 21-1025. This is the one that Nancy, Attorney Rogers reached out earlier. It clarifies the electronic mail between elected officials and that it does not relate to the merits or substance of pending legislation. If it doesn't tie to merit or substance of pending legislation, then it does not constitute a meeting under Colorado open meeting law. As we stated earlier this evening, Council does a great job following this. It's nice to have clarification, and so it is in alignment with current practice. It was signed by the governor on April 7th, and it will be effective 90 days after final adjournment of the general assembly. I feel so honored that that came on in the middle of my staff presentation and right before a bill about fireworks. It was kind of a nice segue. So the last bill I wanted to cover tonight was House Bill 21-1235, which is the regulation of fireworks. We discussed it last week and as well on Friday during the legislative update, but the bill modifies firework regulations by clarifying the scope of each license type. So there's 3 license types: retailer, display retailer, and wholesale, and it clarifies what they can sell and who they can sell it to. It could increase local government law enforcement costs to enforce the bill and potentially reduce revenue from the sale of fireworks if there was any corresponding sales tax revenue associated with that. It has passed the House unamended. It's currently in the Senate Business, Labor, and Technology Committee. CML does support it. Councilmember Schaaf had reached out about this bill specifically as well. And we've reviewed the process with legal. Typically in the past, when council wanted to take action on legislation, we would prepare a resolution. The challenge with this is getting all of the information in advance and also being adaptable to the speed at which legislation is moving through the General Assembly. So we have reviewed council's rules and procedures as well as the charter, and council may act by ordinance, resolution, or motion. And so based on that, our recommendation is that if council member wants to support any of these items, specifically House Bill 21-1235 at Councilmember Schaaf's request, or any items that we didn't cover, it would just be a simple motion by a council member. I move to support and the bill number and the title with a second discussion and a vote. So with that, that would be a little different process than before, but we think it will help us move forward to be more responsive to legislative needs and the desires of council. So with that, that concludes the staff report.
And Mayor, just real quickly, it would require 2/3.
Correct. And two-thirds of all council members and 2/3 of the council members present.
Council members present.
Okay. Okay, so we'll go ahead and go into council members' questions or comments. Council member questions or comment. It's your chance to comment, or Council member Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I did reach out to staff and asked for a resolution to support House Bill 1235. This is the regulation of fireworks. And I would like to ask my council colleagues to support that bill. So if Mayor, if you would be okay, if I can make a motion to support that legislation.
Yes.
Thank you. I move that Broomfield City Council takes a position of support on House Bill 21-1235, regulation of fireworks.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Okay, so we'll go to discussion. This is on the motion to support. Repeat the 12. What?
Yes, it's House Bill 21-1235.
Okay, is there any discussion on the motion and the second? Councilmember
Mr. Mayor, can I jump in before discussion starts? I apologize.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. We just double checked council rules. It is 2/3 of the entire council, so not council president. So the full number of council.
So it takes 7 votes. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yes, it was appropriate for you to jump in. Councilmember Jazierski.
I'm not prepared to vote on this. I'd like to know a little bit more of what exactly this proposed regulation does. I mean, is it just a fiscal thing? I mean, what's the concern from Broomfield's perspective? And is it more than just a licensing issue? I mean, from what I was reading and briefly hearing, this is a licensing thing. Is there more to it than that?
Councilmember Schaaf, do you want to respond or?
Sure, I'd love to. So right now, I mean, the reason I brought this forward was because right now in Broomfield, and especially this past year, we saw a lot of illegal use illegal fireworks used in Broomfield, and that was a big problem for many community members here in Broomfield. Right now, as the Colorado states, you can buy fireworks that are illegal in Colorado if you provide a driver's license or a registration from a different state at the point of sale. So what this does is that it clarifies that anyone with a fireworks license cannot sell, deliver, consign, give, or otherwise furnish fireworks that are outside the scope of what their license permits. So this really kind of reins in that ability to buy illegal fireworks here in Colorado.
And Councilmember Jazierski, if I could just add, there is no fiscal note for this specific bill as well.
But I'm just trying to figure out, does it, I mean, from what I heard from Councilmember Schaaf, it doesn't really change anything. I mean, what he said was that it clarified, I mean, is it clarified that you can't sell something that you're not licensed for, which is pretty straightforward anyway. So I'm just trying to figure out what this bill actually does.
Well,
doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, we'll leave that as an opinion and go to Councilmember Hinkle.
Well, actually, it wasn't an opinion, Mayor. I was wondering from Danae if there was anything that it actually specifically does besides that.
Okay, then we'll consider it a question.
Councilmember Jazierski, that's a great question. My understanding from the bill language is that it modifies the firework regulations in Colorado. So to Councilmember Schaaf, it does change. So under current law, a person who furnishes fireworks for export outside of the state is able to do so, but there's not a lot of criteria in who they sell to. And so the bill essentially modifies the license requirement to prohibit those sales to individuals without the proper identification.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Hinkle.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing this forward, Councilmember Schaaf. I'm in full support and actually testified on this bill along with Commissioner Steve O'Dorisio. And I think one of the parts of the hearing is that currently right now that if people buy from these people who have licenses, all they have to do is kind of sign something saying, I won't use them in Colorado. It's very wishy-washy, and it's sort of like saying, all right, here you go, you know, and they're still unlicensed. So they don't have to go through all these processes to have that license. So it ensures more of a sense of, if you're licensed, it goes to another person who's also licensed to have these fireworks. So as a veteran, combat veteran family whose husband, honestly, you know, he 1 year secured the perimeter because he was that shocked, and it brought him back to the war zone. And so for a lot of families like ours and us who have pets, I mean, it clicks for people who have PTSD, and we're very open about it. I don't want to tell his story, but it really does impact a lot of different people. And it just ensures that those people who really put the work in to have those types of fireworks are the ones setting them off. Thanks.
Councilmember Groom.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was just wondering, how much is this related to Broomfield issues? Do we have a lot of these types of issues in Broomfield? Do we have any police reports or crimes related to this that we know of? And I know we might not have been prepared for that question, so I apologize. I didn't know we were talking about this.
Councilmember Groom, other than setting fireworks off, so we haven't had complaints or issues raised regarding licensure of who can sell under what circumstances, or selling illegal fireworks. We don't go back that far, right? So we wouldn't know if someone purchased illegal fireworks. We just know that you're going to get a summons if you're lighting fireworks in Broomfield.
Sure. All right. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. And I do support this request from Councilmember Schaaf. Over the last year, I received multiple emails about the illegal fireworks being set off in the community. And as I recall, as we went through this with Chief Krieger and others, was that unless you have someone who's willing to testify, there has to be more evidence provided in order to do something. It's a very, very difficult thing to police, but the more restraints there are on what people can get, and the more difficult it gets to go out and procure those, the fewer of these incidents that we're going to have. So I fully support this bill, and that's it. And maybe Chief Krieger just came on. Maybe he could add a little bit to that fireworks.
Chief. Sure. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. So in Broomfield, we don't have any point of sale locations, and I have not read this bill. I think it does better clarify the sale, but we don't have any point of sale locations in Broomfield. Yet, still the use of fireworks, setting it off and that kind of stuff remains illegal in Broomfield. So it doesn't change that point of view, but to Councilmember Schaaf's position, it sounds like this bill modifies and clarifies on that sale so that it makes it a little more enforceable. I'm not sure who's going to be enforcing it since it's a licensure issue, if that would go to the local government or if it goes to the state government.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that I do support this because I remember in the past year when we were in lockdown, the fireworks were horrific. People were shooting them at all hours of the day and night for no reason. I mean, I don't even know if it was just people letting off steam from being, in quarantine, but it was pretty crazy for a while. And if this can help deter some of those illegal fireworks in Broomfield, it just makes sense to kind of tamp it down because it's not enforceable. It's completely, impossible for our police officers to actually catch someone doing it, which is what it would take. So I think this is one way that we can curtail illegal firework use in the city and county of Broomfield. Thank you.
So Mayor and Council, I want to manage expectations that supporting 1235, again, because we don't know if the irritant of setting those fireworks off, if in fact those are illegal fireworks or just fireworks, right? So it's illegal in Broomfield to set any fireworks off. So this is more going to the point of sale licensure, not usage. So I don't want, by passing this bill, we're going to dampen the eagerness of folks to be setting off fireworks in Broomfield.
Okay, so I'm going to ask the clerk to call the roll for the motion to support 1235.
Schaaf,
Yes.
Tessier, Anderson,
Yes.
Castriata,
Yes.
Broom,
No.
Broom, Hinkle,
Yes.
Jezierski,
No.
Law Evans,
No.
Lim,
Yes.
Lindstedt.
Yes.
So the motion, if I understand correctly, fails 6-3. We need 7 to take a support on it. Do we agree?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion fails. So any other discussion on the legislative agenda? Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the final, the meeting of the Brookfield Urban Authority was adjourned earlier. There is no business before the Arista Local Improvement District Board of Directors this evening, and there are no special reports. So we'll move on to 18A, my favorite section. So the final item of business for council's consideration this evening is Councilmember Lindstedt's request for future action. Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor. As we improve our processes as a city council with the amendment, a change to our amendment structure, I'm moving this forward because I thought maybe we could make it a little bit more equitable and a little bit more transparent for us and for stakeholders and residents and folks that are impacted by our amendments. My motion is pretty simple, to give 24 hours notice on new amendments so that members of council and residents and developers or stakeholders of any kind can properly reply and partake in the process. And if those amendments aren't submitted 24 hours in advance, they would require a 2/3 majority of the city council to be brought forward. And in the state legislature, they run amendments late at night, but they pass them right before, and then it goes to another chamber, or it goes to reconciliation, or it goes to a much more vetted and lengthy veto discussion with the governor. So, we're kind of in a weird place where we can pass very substantive things on the fly that have unintended consequences. My intent is to curtail that so that we can pass the best, policies we can. I was trying to balance, as someone who works a full-time job and does this at night, I was trying to balance the struggle of getting through the packets and getting my questions and amendments in with having colleagues have time to read and understand and think about proposed amendments. So that's why I chose 24 hours. I know some folks wish it was longer, but I thought 24 hours was a pretty good compromise for everybody here. So I just think it's a way we could improve our processes and make our council decision making a little bit stronger. So I would appreciate my colleagues' support in seeing a resolution move forward to change our council rules. I think that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, and going back to what we discussed last week, he's made the proposal. So the question is whether we want staff to address this issue and draft up a resolution. Because I was thinking about 24 hours in advance, it might be the close of business the day before. A couple other things that staff might think of, and so I'm going to ask council. I would prefer not to have a lot, comments one way or the other, because that's not the point of this section. Councilmember Hinkle, were you going to just say you support this, or?
Yeah, I was just going to keep it short because this is not the discussion time.
Okay, Councilmember Schaaf.
I think I support the general spirit of this, in terms of support, providing more of an awareness to our council colleagues, providing more transparency to the public. But I think that the details of this is something that I don't support, and I won't be supporting this tonight.
Okay, Councilmember Lamb.
Yeah, if this does go forward, I need some clarification, I think. So the requirement that if you were to introduce an amendment, you would need 2/3 that evening. Is that like a 2/3 vote per issue? Or is that a 2/3 vote on a particular amendment? So we would actually be voting on an amendment before we vote on the amendment, kind of thing. And, we have circumstances where an amendment fails, and we revise, kind of do a little revision on the fly to see if that would pass. How does that circumstance handled? And then the other question I would want staff to address if this goes forward would be the situation that we just had with, so is this going to be the rule from this time forward, or are we going to have exceptions where, well, there's something really special that's coming forward on Tuesday, and Thursday we get told we have to have our amendments in by Friday at the end of business? Are we going to have exceptions to this, or is this going to be the rule? Those are the kind of questions I would want addressed if this comes forward.
Yeah, and I guess I'd say rather than debating about what those exceptions are right now, I think the question is, should staff look into this on our behalf and make recommendations? Because I know Mr. Lindstedt Councilmember Lindstedt was going to respond to each one of those, but I don't think that's the purpose of this section. Councilmember Schaaf, so would you be willing to have staff address these issues and come back to us? Because we would have a study session on this, sometime in the summer, I suspect. Or
yes, but I mean, I was concerned. I did want to express my concerns about what staff should address in this. Right. I mean, I wasn't stating too much one way or another. If I support
I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with your questions. I just didn't want to debate it tonight.
Okay, because I don't want to have to amend this ordinance. I want the staff to comprehensively look at this, is my point.
Yeah, the point of 18A is that staff would comprehensively look at it, and they would come back to us, and we then start discussing the type of things you brought up. But I mean, I think it's very appropriate for you to bring up the type of items you want staff to look at. But you're saying, yes, you think it's worthwhile having staff look at it. Councilmember Groom?
Oops, sorry. Yeah, I really appreciate the point, and I understand the improvements that we need to make in this regards. At least I can say I understand the improvements I need to make in this regards. I can't take responsibility for anybody else. And it's a new process. We're all learning. I don't want to support this tonight. I think it is something that we're all very aware of that we can improve on as we move forward. So with a little bit more time and us working with this new process and this new way of business, I think we'll get there without having to make this hard, fast rule. So I'm more in line with saying no for tonight, and then understanding how we need to make the improvements and move forward. Thank you very much for identifying our ways of working to improve.
Councilmember Goodman, a little bit, you're saying that you want to say no, but then you want to then talk about on ways to improve the process, and that's
no. I want to say no. I'm just identifying. I get the reason why Councilmember Lindstedt is bringing this forward, and we can improve. I can improve. I'm taking responsibility for myself, and bringing those amendments forward prior to the meeting.
Okay, but you're not willing to have staff address this issue on how we can look at it?
No, I think I understand. We need to bring them forward prior. I've been bringing them forward at the meeting, and I'll try to submit them prior now.
Okay, Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I am supportive of this discussion. I just would want this to be more of I wouldn't want staff just bring forward a proposal and then I'd want that to be able to be for us to put more input into that. I think one of the things I struggle with is, earlier tonight I asked the question about, an amendment on an issue that I actually emailed into CMO crew, and everyone received the response back, but I failed to actually create an amendment from that, even though Anna had noted that it could be brought forward as an amendment. So it's like I was all caught up in the baseline. We got this master baseline agreement that took my entire weekend and into the beginning of the week. So it's like I think the juggling of the time, like us managing our time and the packets coming out in a timely manner I find my weekends become consumed with council business if I'm going to absolutely get my amendments in on a Monday morning. So that is a discussion that I think we definitely have to have that 24 hours. And then also, and I agree with that exception piece, because all of a sudden we have a really important, and that would be within that 2/3 vote, the school amendment tonight. I mean, that would have fell within that, but it's like, yeah, we don't want to miss out on really, really important amendments. And in addition, this is going beyond what Councilmember Lindstedt asked for, but this might be an opportunity to look at other council procedures, like the one that's always been tough for me is the vote to support legislation needing the 2/3, which is of the entire body. And at the same time, some people don't want to vote on legislation in general. So it becomes a very difficult to ever support legislation. So I'd be open to, if there's anything else that we should revisit in that same discussion.
I think that, yeah, that would be a separate 18A request. I mean, because I really do think we need to limit this to the amendment process, the way it's being presented. So, but you are, yes, provided that it's an iterative process.
Yes.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. It seemed like before, when we were meeting in person, we would always allow the developer to speak and address questions and amendments such as this, but that didn't happen. And that became a very regrettable experience for me personally. I won't repeat that. I will not support an amendment that I don't have advance information on. And I get the intent of this, because it's really not fair to the people that are standing before us to just vote on something that was not thought out or not shared with your council colleagues, because that does violate the rule of not surprising council members and staff. So personally, for me, I won't do it anymore. I mean, you know, I get it that there are exceptions, but if I'm not informed and I don't know that this is coming, don't expect my support. I mean, we have to manage our time better. And one way to do that is to, you know, plan and prioritize. I know it's hard, but we can't continue like that. So I definitely support the conversation.
Okay, Councilmember Jezierski.
I support the conversation. Thank you.
Law Evans.
Thank you. So I kind of see this as a solution in search of a problem. We only went to having this different process where we ask questions and deal with amendments differently very recently at our attorney's request, I guess, for lack of a better word, or suggestion. So I think that we'll shake out and come up with a better process, as Councilmember Groom said. I'm not willing to go, our schedule is packed already. I'm absolutely not willing to put a procedural item like this on it when we have real, honest to goodness city business to get to, and when we have legitimate things that come up as the result of the discussions. And I think I'm just absolutely not willing to support this. I think we've got too much real, honest to goodness city business to do to get bogged down in procedures. So no, I do not support moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, I have yes. I have the yeses prevailing. I'm going to say I have Lindstedt, Henkel, Lim, Anderson, Castriota, Jezierski all saying yes, and I'm not seeing anybody saying no. So legal staff and Jennifer will look at this issue as outlined by Councilmember Lindstedt, and we will then conclude tonight's meeting. Now, I guess I'll ask staff if you have any questions on your instructions tonight.
No, I just want everybody to note that it's 10:13, and we hope you have a wonderful evening.
I have it at 10:10. With that said, that concludes the items on this evening's agenda. If there are any other business to come before the council, there being no further business, the council meeting is adjourned at 10:11.
Great job.